back to the St. Louis Showdown. We are in round 2, and we've got the two players arriving for their second round battle. This was a shot from yesterday's game where Nakamura won in a fine performance, where Aronian really faltered a couple of times, especially in time pressure. And we are in the beautiful Central West End, in the capital of chess in America. And here we are walking into the boardroom right now, where these two elite players are facing off in just a few minutes. This time in the past. Yasser, what did you make of yesterday's game?
Well, it was a topsy-turvy affair to start the match, but what a way to kick off the match. I thought that Hikaru actually came out of the opening with the white pieces in a worse position, but he fought himself back. Little subtle missteps by Aronian, and suddenly Hikaru had the advantage, and he kept it throughout. He really kept on the pressure for the rest of the game, and he scored a pretty fine victory. I really loved that move, Rook F6.
That's right, and we've got 4 points for Hikaru Nakamura. We say 4 points because each of the classical games is worth 4 points. And at the end of the event, we finished with blitz.
Yes,
16 blitz games. So
each worth 1.
That's right, they're each worth 1. So the classical and the blitz are equally weighted in this match, which makes it very exciting because even if Nakamura wins another game in the classical, there will always be a chance for the opposition.
That's going to be a big ask to go +8 against the Hikaru and blitz to level the match. No, I don't see that happening, but I do see a big fight today's game.
Oh, absolutely. Aronian will be trying to even the score, but Maurice, what do you think of yesterday's struggle?
Well, yesterday was a titanic struggle. We know these two fighters, they're uncompromising. They want to win every game that they play, particularly Hikaru Nakamura, who got a bad position out of the opening. Maybe bad is overstating it, but certainly a very uncomfortable position. Aronian mishandled his opportunities, played some tepid moves. I mean, just unusual for him, and then he got himself in deep trouble. And this position we see here was the critical one, when white was just swarming all over the black position. Despite the opposite colored bishops, he had two powerful rooks trained on this pawn, and he played this nice move, pawn to e6. There was an opportunity even now for Aronian to play the move f6 and hunker down into what was potentially a fortress that would be difficult to break. Afterwards, Nakamura said, man, I would have played on for 30, 50, 100 moves if necessary to torture him in this position. As it turned out, instead of e6, he played a howler with h7 to h5, and then this nice move you mentioned, Yas, rook to f6, totally dominating the position, eventually winning that g6 pawn after the f7 pawn collapsed, and Nakamura rolled to a great victory. Expect Aronian today to play some fighting chess. He's got the white pieces, down 1 already in a very short match, never good. So we should see some fireworks in today's game. Back to you, Jen and Yas.
That's right. We've got some fireworks in another event here at the St. Louis Chess Club. There are Grandmaster and International Norm Invitationals taking place right now. You see right here, we've got Angelo Young, we've got Matt. Story of the tournament so far. This 13-year-old is attempting to break records by none other than Bobby Fischer, Hikaru Nakamura himself. Look, he's right there. That must make them a little nervous. He has won his first 3 games, and so he needed 16 points to break the 2,500 FIDE barrier and become a grandmaster. Because he already has the norms.
Right, he has the norms. He's just got to get his rating up to the 2,500 level. Right.
And he can do it mid-tournament.
Yeah, he's 16 points short. He started with 3 wins. If he wins tonight, I think that clinches his 2,500 ceiling.
Right, so he was 16 points short, but now he's only 14. He gained 14, so he just needs 2 points to win the Grandmaster title. And yeah, that's just like an incredible list of players, right? Like
a great
Nakamura and Bobby Fischer. It's just. And Ray Robson, you know, he's doing great things as well.
Exactly. Finalist in the Millionaire.
Exactly. So we would love to see Sam make history right here in the capital of chess, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So it looks like Hikaru and Tony Rich, the chief arbiter, just discussing some rules that maybe you wanted to clarify, and Levon Aronian is right.
They would like to ask you 2 questions on air. One of them is, are you still in your opening preparation? And the answer can just be yes or no. And then the second one was, do you feel comfortable with your position at the beginning? Can be
I mean, I'm not willing to do that today. I'm willing to think about it for like tomorrow,
Definitely
but not for today.
right. And if you're not okay with it, that's completely okay as well.
I think we can discuss.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, just we can
And I'll
discuss it
verify that it's
tomorrow.
okay. I'll check with some markers to make sure that it doesn't violate any rules to do so.
Okay.
I think some of these up also during the mini pitch.
All right, but I mean, in that case, someone has to stay up here or somewhere. Because if you go downstairs, you're in
Right,
here.
right.
Yeah,
We would like,
yeah.
we would have
Yeah.
to go
And
out.
we're gonna
Okay.
play anyway.
That's right.
All right, so the players now getting ready for battle, round 2. Now, I noticed that Nakamura has lost some spectacular games against Aronian in the past in the Kings Indian defense. Now, in the Sinquefield Cup, he chose a different line and a Slav, and he managed to equalize and draw that game. So, do you think he's going to continue along those road of playing something more solid like a Slav or a Queen's Gambit declined rather, or a Nimzo, rather than going for these King's Indian? I mean, Levon has just tortured him in the King's Indian.
Yes, I wouldn't expect him to do that, but how about a Leningrad Dutch? I mean, he periodically, that is to say, Hikaru, he likes to do a little bit unusual opening defenses, and the Leningrad, he's actually performed very well with it. They've played that opening. I think in the past, Hikaru actually managed to draw. So it's hard to say, but I am expecting d4 by Levon. I don't see,
yes.
I see him being true to his queen pawn opening, possibly in English, but then the big question is what Hikaru is going to do. He may play Queen's Gambit declined, he can play a Slav, like you say, King's Indian, even a Queen's Indian, Nimzo Indian. It's all wide open. It's very, very hard to prepare for Hikaru.
My favorite was Levon's win against Nakamura.
Points at the end wins the match. A reminder that there is a 30-move draw rule in place. The players cannot mutually agree to a draw in less than 30 moves. A triple occurrence of position is obviously the exception to that. You're required to take notation for the duration of the game. Time control for these classical games, 40 moves in 90 minutes, followed by the rest of the game in 30 minutes. And there is an additional 30-second increment per move, starting from move 1. And I'd like to remind the players to please go to the commentary area after your game is finished. Our production crew and commentators would love to ask you questions about the result of the game as well. If there are no questions, I have 2 o'clock. I wish both players the best of luck, and you may begin.
We're off. And I was just mentioning that I loved Levon's win against Nakamura at the World Team Championship several years ago. So Levon did not begin with d4, instead c4, which gives Naka some extra options.
Yeah, the English opening is designed, if you want to play it in that fashion, to transpose in certain queen pawn openings, but cut down on black's choices, like Benoni's and stuff. But if white does give black the option of e7, e5, which Hikaru declined with the instant e7, e6, indicating he wanted to play a kind of a Queen's Gambit decline position.
Or some kind of Nimzo. But instead, Levon immediately played g3.
G3, showing his inclination that he'd like to go into the channels of the Catalan. We do see d7, d5, and bishop f1 to g2 as our opening. I wouldn't have guessed this. I wouldn't have guessed this start from Levon or from Hikaru.
Well, what do you think of this choice? The Catalan seems like it's always a very combative opening. I like the choice.
Yes, in some ways it's okay. I also think of the Catalan as a little bit soft when the pawn is not on d4. Like, so for example, in this moment, suppose I capture the pawn on c4. Now, usually white would try to recapture this pawn on c4 by either having the knight come to a3 and c4, or the queen going to d1.
To A4 or C2, right?
Right, to capture. Now, when your pawn is on d4, your knight and pawn on d4, knight on f3, you have the option of knight d2. So here it's almost like you're obliged to play the move queen a4 check, if you will, knight d7. You're kind of obliged to take this pawn, and then c5. And I've always kind of felt that this position wasn't really a Catalan because you don't have d4 in yet.
Okay, so you're saying that this is not a direct transposition.
Exactly.
But in fact, Nakamura did not take that invitation.
Right, he did not. Instead, he played, I believe, knight f6. After knight f6, Levon continued with his development, knight f3, bishop e7. Now we are in a Catalan, and by the direct transposition of d2, d4. But in this case, white has not have to suffer the indignity of bishop b4 check. That is very common in this line. And instead, both players, pardon me, Levon
No, but Levon did not play d4. Instead,
he castled right away.
But then after castles, he did play d4.
And now we're directly in a
yes.
Catalan.
And so the open Catalan is what Nakamura chose after takes on c4.
He did take on c4.
Yes. So the closed Catalan is when they don't take on c4, right? And instead they just
play
this
move like c7, c6, followed by b6. That's the close.
But open Catalan's more fun, right?
Yes, it can be.
A little easier to play for black as well.
The lines are much more clear.
Yeah.
I want to put it like that, kind of forcing. So it takes on c4. There's actually two main moves. The old-timers like to go queen a4 and take this pawn. Young schoolers, the kids of today, shall we say, like to go knight e5.
And now there's a pawn sacrifice for black, right?
Right.
Knight
Going
c6.
back to Karpov, Korchnoi, Baggio, 1978, in the World Championship match, knight c6 was the choice of Anatoly Karpov, and they played this position rather often. White plays moves like queen a4, and black is playing for e5 and c5, and like you say, it's a pawn sacrifice.
Well, it's kind of a pawn sacrifice because we are still technically even in pawns, but the c4 pawn is likely to fall.
Exactly.
Although it's a little bit trickier to round it up than it would be in the lines where we don't even have c6 in.
Right.
Yet.
So, as I recall, and I have to go back to the dusty part of my library, this position was tried out in the Korchnoi-Karpov match that I referenced a moment ago. And I guess Hikaru seems to, he has that wonderful look. You know he's trying to recall. It seems like he just kind of looks up and he looks off at the distance and he starts talk.
Well, it's another bishops of opposite color middle game, so
Right.
Nakamura showed somewhat a superior understanding of that yesterday. So
He did indeed. Yeah, I mean, he got the perfect dream position that he could get in that bishops of opposite color game yesterday.
for such a concrete player like Nakamura, it's always interesting to hear his more strategic explanations of the positions. And he said that the key difference between him and Levon in that game was that Levon thought he'd be better in the bishops of opposite color mass exchange, and Nakamura said, well, it was just a draw.
Exactly.
And that really shifted things a lot.
Right. Because Hikaru also had the sense that coming out of the opening, he didn't like his position.
Right.
And he felt that as soon as he secured that bishops of opposite color position, he could draw it. He felt safe. Whereas Aronian then went into a deep think and kind of started mixing things. First, he thought he was going to be a little bit better. Then he played for the draw by trading queens in a premature way. By the way, after knight e5, this pawn sacrifice, what I have showed with bishop takes c6, isn't the only idea for white in this position. White could also simply capture with the knight. And capture here, But in this case, after bishop takes c6, the theoreticians, if you will say that despite these rotten pawns on c7, c4, and a7, black has really dynamic chances that he gets good play for a bad structure. His rook on b8, his bishop's coming to b7, queen d6, and so forth.
Right, amid a d pawn could come under some fire.
Precisely. That's exactly right. Let's see what we have in the game. Hikaru did play knight c6, I
Yes, he
believe?
did, and we've got this this line on the board with bishop c6, pawn c6, knight c6. I love it.
Right.
Starting the second round variation and continuing along our theme of opposite colored bishops. I love it. Queen e8.
Queen e8.
and-
There's two moves, actually. Queen d6 is one move, and queen e8. Both seek to protect the bishop and attack the knight.
And a quick knight takes c7, queen takes c7. While we're waiting for these guys to blitz out the opening, let's take a look. Knight a3 here.
Right.
And let's take a look at how the scoring works in this match, how the format works.
All right.
So 4 rounds of classical chess, 4 points per round. That's a total of 16 available points. And then on November 25th, our last day, we've got 16 games of blitz chess. And 1 point per game. Again, 16 points available.
Well, it's
And let's take a look at what they're playing for. It's a $100,000 purse. First place, $60K. Second place, $40K. That'll buy a lot of turkeys.
It will indeed. Yes, indeed. It's interesting that the players have mutually agreed to weight the classical games and the blitz games equally. I think a lot of the conventionalists like Viktor Korchnoi or Garry Kasparov or Anatoly Karpov would say, hey, classical games, that's the pure chess.
But this is
blitz
better because I think this is better just because it makes the match more interesting because of the timing. Because otherwise, if the classical was worth a lot more, then the blitz would just be kind of like an add-on. That
like a
might,
tiebreaker of sorts or something.
could almost be virtually decided. Whereas this will make it much more likely that the finale will be dramatic. So I think it's actually brilliant. I mean, it's great for us.
Well, for sure. No, I happen to love blitz, so I'm happy to see blitz get elevated.
And it's also just like it's just kind of like a way, because sometimes people just love the tie breaks. Like the U.S. Chess League, my brother
great.
came up with that format where
The gauntlet?
the
Yeah.
gauntlet format, right?
Yeah.
I like that name.
Yeah.
So he said that it's like kind of sad sometimes when there's not a playoff because people just want to see that gauntlet format.
It's good.
And that's why it was so cool that we had Ultimate Moves, where we had none other than Gary, Kasparov, and Carlsen utilizing
Yeah.
the same gauntlet format.
Right.
Though we did have a twist because Gary had a plane to catch. We put the heavy hitters
Up front.
Up front, yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you might not even get to see them, and that would have been
Right.
a shame. So we put the heavy hitters in the front. But still, it was a lot of fun. And similarly for the championship, the U.S. championship, the U.S. Women's Championship, sometimes it's more fun when they tie, right?
Oh, when Anna and Arena play playoffs, I think it's just nerve-wracking. And you're right. I mean, spectators love it. For the players, it's horrible, but it's great. It's great to see them go head-to-head. And yeah, playoffs are fun.
And for these two, actually, I mean, I think obviously it's very important, the prestige, the rating points, like both Nakamura and Aronian certainly want to win this match, but the stakes compared to, for instance, what might happen in Sochi, where it's like a whole world championship on the line in playoff,
Right.
is so massive. So if anything, this could be good practice for that kind of super high stakes rapid or blitz chess that they might have to play in the future.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, when FIDE went to those knockouts where rapids and blitz very, very often decided the matches themselves, they really elevated those forms of chess very much so. So playing good blitz chess, playing good rapid chess is actually almost a kind of prerequisite to becoming world champion. And now they use rapid chess. For example, we saw it in the Anand versus Gelfand match to decide the title.
That's right, yeah. So, I mean, maybe we'll see that in the World Championship over in Sochi, but if we do, it will be on Thanksgiving.
Wow. Okay, happy Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's $1 million that they'll be playing for. So after this move, knight a3, I'm looking at the position. It's clear from White's point of view. White's telegraphing his move very simply. He wants to capture this pawn, and he would really like Black to error with the move bishop a6, because then queen a4 comes with a gain of tempo against both bishop and pawn. But that's not what Hikaru will do. What I'm wondering about is the simple move rook d8. So the idea behind this move is to put the pawn on d4 in a pin to the queen on d1. And if White follows up with what his clear intentions are, knight takes c4, then Black gets to play the move c7, c5 with very clear, crystal clear counterplay against the pawn on d4. I'm just wondering how this idea might be met. So again, we're looking at knight a3, rook, Hikaru to move, and he's taken some time, by the way. This
No,
move
not expecting the Catalan today.
True that, but on the other hand, he was probably had this line prepared, and this move knight a3 has kind of, well, it has put him in the tank a bit. But I'm wondering, I think rook d8 makes the most sense to me. Again, in preparation of c5. Is there another move beside knight takes c4? I don't see. Do you see a better
You mean
move?
trying to round up the pawn?
Yeah, and it's
queen or
somehow
something?
a nicer way. I don't know to do it somehow nicer. I don't see a nicer way. A good move like bishop g5, c5 doesn't really improve White's prospects. So again, I'm looking at knight takes c4. Is there again?
let's try that again.
If there's a better move, give me a shout out, and also to our audience too.
Yes, it's St. Louis Showdown. You can tweet at us. We have been getting a couple of tweets, and Chris Wainscott says that Yasser's doing a great job of showing the Karpov-Korchnoi lines from 1978.
Oh, there you go. I
And
remember them.
no.
And here, I'm just thinking that what Hikaru may be puzzling over is this very strange move, knight a5. Okay, the idea behind knight a5 is clear. You want to go knight c6, forking the rook and the queen. So you can't play rook takes d4 again because of knight c6. You can't play bishop b7 to keep me out of the c6 square.
And bishop d7 just kind of interferes with our fun and also allows knight b7
Right.
and knight takes c5.
So bishop d7 doesn't work because, as you say, Jen, there is this nice little fork going on b7 and c5. So we take that move back. I'm figuring
Although
that
you could play bishop a4 there, I suppose, but no, that's not really. In the end, you're still going to lose c5.
Exactly. So I'm figuring that Hikaru is analyzing queen c7. Now again, on first sight, Black looks okay. I mean, he's going to win this pawn back on d4, but it's not so clear to me. Let's imagine that White plays this crafty little move, queen e1. First of all, we're getting out of the pin along the d file. We're defending the knight. Now, if you take with the rook, you're not happy because I'll have some ideas like, for example, bishop e3, right? And rook c1 is coming quickly or what have you. So we'll take that move back. Where's my mouse keeps, where are you? There you are. Just a second. Knight a5, queen c7. Oops, that's not the move we want to play. We want to play queen c7, queen e1, pawn takes d4. Now you think that Black should be happy. However, look at that c6 square for a moment, and I'm thinking we just need to develop our bishop, let's say bishop g5, with a very straightforward idea of rook c1, knight c6. Now again, Hikaru has to also analyze not just bishop g5, by the way, but bishop f4. That comes with a tempo against the queen. If Black plays e5, rook c1, Hikaru may have that sinking feeling that he's falling into preparation. That's always the problem at the chess at this level,
right.
Is that the players have this feeling that their opponents have sat down with engines hour after hour, day after day, month after month, analyze things to the nth degree. And so Hikaru may be having a little bit of premonition fears, falsely or otherwise, that if he plays a very forcing line, his opponent will rattle off his.
During the Sinquefield Cup, in which he was saying that if you know your opponent's in preparation, sometimes you make a move and they start thinking, and you're like out of the preparation. Right. But on the other hand,
did I choose a bad move?
Exactly.
Because this is like the last thing they looked at, right?
Yeah, this is like.
Right. Yeah. Oops.
Yeah. So it's a mixed feelings, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So while we see Nakamura try to puzzle his way out of this opening quandary, let's take a look at what's going on over at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
All right.
They have a video series, Master of the Arts, which pairs grandmasters with artists for insightful discussions about art, chess, and life. And here we have Grandmaster Ben Feingold with Nice One and Lux X, which is featured in the World Chess Hall of Fame's current project, Pieces in Placement.
Why do you two have your faces covered?
We like to keep our identity kind of secretive, just to because we do a lot of artwork in the public space, and when you start to put your identity in there, people connect your identity with work, and it's easier to keep a separation and allow people to look at your work objectively without connection to who you are.
That there's so many different facets to the night, you're not really sure what it's doing at any one time, or the journey it's going to take and what it's going to do. And how did you prepare to work on this mural that we see behind us?
Playing chess with my roommates. We got rid of the TV, just brought out a chessboard.
In any of the chess games that you play with your roommates or anything else you did, how did you incorporate that into the work behind us?
The more I played chess, the more I saw the knight as like a very unique piece on the board, because it was the only piece that could go over another piece. So this is the story of the knight as it goes through the board and travels throughout the game.
A big part that we wanted to kind of represent is the possibility and the action that the knight kind of has. And where you've been, and kind of this idea of like momentum and moving, and then kind of dealing with the consequences of that move and like what happens after that, and just kind of this idea of like a journey.
When I first looked at it, it actually reminded me of a chess game because there was so much into it. And a lot of times people are asking me, you know, why did you win that game or lose that game? It's not because of one particular thing. I can't just say, oh, I did this and I lost and the other moves didn't matter. So there's so much in this piece that you sort of have to look at every part and then make it sort of a whole. It took a long time to look and figure out what the artist was trying to depict and what you thought about that. And so I don't like to just nitpick and say this and this and this. I just look at it as a whole and think like, you know, that it's great. And that's why it reminded me of the knight in chess, because it's not just one thing, but it's so many different things in one.
Marcel Duchamp said that not every artist is a chess player, but every chess player is an artist. And I think that's very true, because chess players, they're thinking many steps ahead, the same way I'm trying to think of my next moves as a painter.
I feel like artists and chess people are thinkers, you know, they're very much into assessing what's happening, what's in the reality, how their experience is like affecting everything. And I just think they're smart people who like to think.
Hey, welcome back to our coverage of the St. Louis Showdown. Hope you enjoyed that night tour.
Somebody was having too much fun on that video, I have to tell you.
But his questions were really good about the artwork. Yeah.
Well, no, the artwork was very impressive, but protecting the identity of the artists and grandmasters, that was pretty hilarious.
Well, yeah, and there he is, Grandmaster Ben Feingold, currently playing in the Grandmaster Invitational.
Do you?
And not the best disguise. We can see you, Ben.
Yes, we can.
We can see you.
I remember in Worldwide Wrestling, well, I'm a big wrestling fan, big. Andre the Giant. They put Andre the Giant in disguise. Now this guy is like 7'5" and 400 pounds, and he was saying, what kind of disguise was going to work for Andre the Giant? It was hilarious.
But the artists seem to know quite a bit about chess too, and they were talking about how they'd been playing so much because they stopped watching TV. So they said they chucked the TV and started playing chess instead. So there you go.
You got to do something with your time.
Or do both, watch us and play chess. I'm sure a lot of people are already doing that.
How sweet it is.
Did you see that newspaper article about the guy who was... the police came storming into his apartment because he was screaming and they thought something was wrong?
No.
No, he was...
Share.
Well, he lost too many bullet games.
Really? Are you kidding me?
He was wailing.
Really? He was playing 1 minute on the internet, and after each loss was like shouting, oh my goodness.
And the police came marching in thinking that somebody was perhaps dying.
Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't, you have to get the article.
Do you ever scream when you lose in the privacy of your home? Obviously, you would never do it in a... That's the nice thing about playing like online games, whether it's chess or poker, that you can kind of show certain emotions that it would be rude to show.
Yeah.
And if you're right in front of the person, like one of my favorites from the World Championship in Sochi, when Anand won the only game he's won so far.
Right.
You could see like he was trying so hard not to smile.
Right.
Because he didn't want to be rude, but he was so happy.
I know. Yeah. I don't think I screamed, but a certain arg has been. The one I like was Larry Christensen. He lost a bullet game, and he took his computer and he.
No, that's not good.
Went like this, and he smashed his computer. It's like there went $1,000. It was like, oh.
Yeah, that is not recommended.
Screaming probably is a better outlet. By the way, I notice again that Hikaru is really hunkered down after this move, knight a3. It's definitely caught him by surprise. And he's used about 20-odd minutes or there's about, and he still doesn't look any closer to having made a decision. And again, I'm thinking that rook d8 is the most natural. Knight takes c4, c5 again looks like the most natural, but he's finding that this position has some issues for him, and he's not a happy camper. Maurice.
What do you think of the opening so far?
What can you tell us? Yeah.
Well, I can tell you that the line is unusual. Knight a3 is not a move normally played here, and only 2 moves found in the database, not at the highest levels. And with these players nowadays, with computers, it's clear that players have to always be concerned that the engines and finding some wrinkles, that the player has not analyzed it, as you mentioned, yes, for hours and hours, or even just leave the computer alone to look at the position for a while to see if it comes up with anything that's very annoying, some kind of positional pull that you have to get out of. But you mentioned earlier, Jen, a game that was truly fantastic. It was a game that you said was one of your favorites, I believe. This is the game we were referring to. You were referring to the World Team Championship. And this game that Aronian played against has punching power. In this position, Aronian got it out of a King's Indian. After 31 moves, White had dominated this C-file here, breaking through on that side, and played this really nice move, rook to C6, dropping the rook down on that square. It's defended by the bishop, but if you take, then a monstrous pass pawn appears on the C6 square. In response to this, Nakamura played the move b5, and after a capture, rook to a6, now rook to b7, not wanting to trade, guess what? Another rook landed on c6, daring him to take the second one. The rook's just audaciously penetrating into the square, and now the move bishop takes c6. Not a necessary move. He sort of lost his nerve here. Pawn takes, attacking the rook, and when the rook jumped back, now knight to c3, and you see this b pawn is not long for the world. In this position, he played the move d5, a crazy sacrifice, just trying to get his position free, maybe get his knight out and his bishop out into the game. Well, Aronian didn't need anybody to tell him to snap that pawn off. And now knight f5, a very tricky move, being able to try to get his knight back to the d4 square. So Aronian said, well, I'll take that. I'll give you this knight. And now the move knight to e4, a new knight appears into the action. Great knight. The white square is totally dominated by white in this position. Black continued to fight back with rook to c7, and that allowed knight takes g5. Maybe not the most precise move here, but knight to g7, and look at this beautiful move. Rook to b6, double exclamation mark, a tremendous shot in this position. If rook takes queen, the finish would have been scintillating. Rook takes, knight back, rook takes, king up, knight to e7, knight to e6 check, and after a king move, knight takes, and he just gobbled everyone up, keeping everything on the board, his two bishops, his knight, just tremendous position with the pawns. He went on to win the game in fine style. You should look at this game. It's in the databases. Beautiful game by Aronian, just letting us all know that Nakamura is well aware that this guy is a powerful player. And defeated Nakamura 9 times in competition. The win yesterday by Nakamura might have given him some confidence, but today it looks like he's a little shaky again after this move, knight to a3. Guys?
That's right, Maurice. I love that game. Thanks for showing it to us. And I think that the thing that I love about that game is it really also shows this whole philosophy of live by the sword, die by the sword, or in this case, live by the King's Indian, die by the King's Indian. Because in this very tournament, you guys can look it up, Nakamura had a brilliant win of his own on the black side of the King's Indian against Gelfand.
Yes.
So he had 2 of the most brilliant games of the tournament,
Right.
one on the losing side and one on the victorious side.
And just to defeated the reigning world champion Viswanathan Anand in London on the black side of a King's Indian as well. A very, very exciting game that was. So Hikaru definitely has had his victories. I'm still stuck on the position with Hikaru that Hikaru's been stuck on for the better part of 20 minutes. And again, I just don't see Hikaru moving anytime shortly. I mean, when you have that your head in your hand kind of thing, that takes you several minutes to get out of that pose before you're ready to make your move. So he's still...
That thinker's pose,
yeah. He's still deep in thought. And again, I've only been guessing at what it is that he finds objectionable about the move rook d8. I went with knight takes c4, c5. I've tried this move knight a5. Perhaps there's a different move. A move that I'm thinking about, Jen. This is a kind of a funny move as well. My cursor doesn't want to cooperate. It's a very strange little move, b2, b3. And it basically says, go ahead and win back your pawn. You take with the rook, you're not happy, because then your pawn is c5 and you're da-da-da-da. So you're going to end up taking with your pawn. So black has restored material equality, but on the other hand, after moves like bishop a3, is black happy? I'm not sure he is. I think that, and wow, after a long, long thing came c5, and instantly, by the way,
yikes.
Like Aronian said, okay, I have been expecting that move. I have been waiting for that move. What took you so long? c5 was played and now, instantly takes.
And Nakamura did very quickly play queen takes c5, and it looks like Aronian has also made another speedy move, bishop to e3, Nakamura back in the tank.
Yes, and one of the things I've always loved to do, ever since I started playing chess, one of my favorite things to do in chess is to develop my pieces with a gain of a tempo. I mean, it's still one of my favorites. And
I thought you were just going to say harass the queen.
Harass the queen? No. No, just developing with gain of tempo, and that's exactly what this move, bishop e3, does. Develops the bishop, attacks the queen, forces black to now move the queen while simultaneously keeping this pawn protected.
That's right, but let's not forget that black has some trumps of his own. So there is that long diagonal, the longest on the board, which Nakamura is going to be occupying soon enough.
Yeah, the long diagonal you're referring to, of course, is the h1 diagonal. Boy, I'm all over here.
And we really do have the bishops of opposite color theme in this tournament so far, right?
Yeah, this match, yeah.
I mean, in the match, yes,
Yeah.
because yesterday it was all about how even in the end game, the bishops of opposite color allowed Nakamura to kind of just hammer on the white squares.
Absolutely.
On the light squares. And
No.
maybe he'll go for the light squares again today.
Well, he's going to have to, in fact, because that's what he's got, is a
That's
light
his
square
way to create
vision.
counterplay.
Right.
Well, let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll be
Okay.
back for more from this exciting Catalan that we have in round 2 of the St. Louis Showdown.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments, with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos, letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo, and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? For on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. All this month, Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. 24.com.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Hello and welcome back to the St. Louis Showdown, where despite a 4-point deficit in the match, Levon Aronian is looking confident, still in his preparation. In fact, he's actually gained time from the start of the game.
Right, the 30-second increments has given him nearly an extra 5 minutes on his clock, whereas Hikaru's basically been sitting at the board since the very opening move and struggling to understand what's going on. Levon's walking around like he's got this all under control. He studied it at home. And Hikaru really seems to have fallen into some kind of prep. Now, whether it's serious...
Levon had a great opening yesterday, and he also... Nakamura managed to wiggle out of it, so...
Well, let's face it, Hikaru simply outplayed, just stone cold outplayed Levon in yesterday's matchup. Now, the opening was a bit of a surprise, I think, for Levon, but then he answered it timidly after getting his edge. Here, it's sort of like he knows what he was hoping for. He strove for this position, and he's clearly at ease.
But how much do you think that this is an actual advantage for white, and how do you think it's just cool that Levon has this prepared? Like, I'm wondering, for instance, what about the move Queen H5? What happens if we just go immediately sacrifice the pawn?
Right. So I think
the idea that Knight G4, Bishop B7, maybe even Bishop A6 are all on the agenda.
Right. I think that that's the question, but I'll answer yes and yes to both. I think white has a pull, just a pull, whatever that means. But I think it's also one of those just psychological things of the confidence, right? That you have an advantage, but you've really also prepared this position. So I agree with you that Queen H5 does have this nice idea of Knight G4, double attacking the pawn on H2 as well as the bishop on E3. So,
although, I mean, it's not like if we still have to look at Knight takes C4 here, because after Knight G4 there is H4, right?
Right, but in this case, after Knight takes, Knight here, H4, I gotta think that black is going to be satisfied that he'll have good compensation.
Or even Bishop A6 is also possible.
Definitely, Bishop A6 is simply a better move. But I think that, again, from the Victor Korchnoi match, way back when, F2, F3 is usually a kind of a mandatory move. We're missing our light squared bishop. If you ever get your queen on H3 and your bishop on B7, I've got to play F2, F3. So I'll just start with the move F2, F3 and say, okay, black's turn.
Right, and now we have some interesting, can we get in C3 is the key question. Like, what if we play Knight D5? Let's just keep going for these, like, 4C moves. So
right. And by the way, again, those are the moves that you always look at first, forcing moves, because they're the easiest ones to foresee. No for white, I'm sorry. So I've got to go back. Somehow I'm not doing very well with my mouse. Cursor is not cooperating. But Knight D5, okay, so again with the double threat. So because you're attacking my bishop, I'm going to move my bishop to, let's say, D4. So I'm trying to prevent your sneaky little move C2, C3, C4, C3 that you mentioned, Jen.
Right, because if I play E5, then when the bishop drops back to F2, the knight on D5 is in capture.
Right. I was actually hoping to...
bishop C5.
Right. Exactly. So
I mean, I do have rook D8, but then E4.
And you've put your knight in a pin.
Yeah, and E4 looks like this is looking good.
This is looking good for white, so we got to take some moves back.
So
I think E5 is a little loosey.
Yes, I just wanted to show,
Right.
Right, so instead here, we'll have to think about some other possibilities for black.
The normal routine is that after bishop A6 is usually getting answered with queen A4. But, okay, queen
H5.
H5.
Some rook D8 thing, but let's...
But queen H5, by the way, Jen, it fits with your aggressive nature that you want to go over there and make a kingside attack.
And we got to check it because it is a 4C move.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that Nakamura is going to play it. And in fact, I think he might go into another big, deep think because queen H5, there's a lot to look at. And while Nakamura is in the tank, we have a very special guest, the founder of the St. Louis Chess Club and the president of the board, and my personal chess student. He is with Maurice Ashley to talk about what he thinks of this position. I'm going to put him in the hot seat, among some other things.
Okay.
Thanks, Jen. We are with Rex Sinquefield, a scholar and a gentleman. I say that tongue-in-cheek.
We noticed.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Rex Aronian, they've been here before, and it's already off to a flying.
In a way of take no. O'Hare Airport, Chicago, one morning. He was at the next gate. George Fraser, you see George Fraser? You know, so I think it's like these two guys. Nakamura's walking around. Anybody see Aronian? Aronian's walking. Anybody see Nakamura? You know?
Yeah, they definitely have it in for each other. They played many games before, victories on both sides of the equation. Jen asked me to quiz you on this game. I'm not sure if you want to be in the hot seat, but what's your opinion of the position so far?
I actually like Aronian a little bit more.
Is that because he's attacking the queen right now?
Well, that was a pretty obvious move, I think. But he just seems to have the initiative. I don't want to offer too many opinions because I'll end up giving away all my tricks.
I know you've been taking lessons with Jen.
Yes,
we had
I have.
a match earlier this year where you had a chance to play against your son. That didn't end too well for you. I know you don't like being reminded of it, but we all like reminding you of it.
I know you do because you enjoy making me suffer. It's true. I did end up poorly against Randy and his team.
Has he been trash talking you the whole time for the last few months?
But I have a good reason. I blundered. I blundered a queen. I'm one of the few guys you know that blundered a queen. Other grandmasters.
That I admit, something I've never seen happen, and hopefully never see again.
Yeah, you know, as they say, it's not rocket surgery.
So, but that was a great matchup. I mean, you had all those great players. Can you imagine having the opportunity? Kasparov and Carlsen in the battle, and for a chess player like yourself who's been a fan for all these years, it must have been a dream.
And I think it's recorded, and people should go watch it because I've told people the definition of stress is when Gary Kasparov is your tandem partner and you just blundered the queen.
Indeed, it was truly an epic matchup here, the Sinquefield Cup. We had all those players. We see now Fabiano Caruana, who had that amazing result. You're a longtime chess fan. You've seen so much in chess already.
Right.
Is this just like your personal hobby that you get to bring all these great players to St. Louis? You must just be living a fantasy.
It's not really a hobby. It's much more an avocation because it's doing so much for the city. And as you know, our main purpose is outreach to children, and it's doing so much for them. Think of all the kids in St. Louis who get to actually walk in a place like this and see them playing live. I mean, they'll be a memory they'll have their entire life. It's like the time I met Bobby Fischer. I remember. I don't think Fischer does, but you know.
Especially not now.
That's right.
He probably tried to forget really quickly too.
I think he did. Yes.
So one last thing, you mentioned with kids, you mentioned there's the World Chess Hall of Fame next door. There's St. Louis stuff happening right now. What's the future for the club?
Actually, it's been very fortunate the way it's gone, so I think the future is more of the same. It's going to be pretty hard to come up with something that is clearly better than what we've done so far. I mean, the Sinquefield Cup was far beyond my expectations. I think it exceeded everybody's expectations. One of the things this place has going for it is we have the 3 best commentators in the world, bar none.
I would agree with that.
And in fact, I think the challenge is to find a tournament that is worthy of our 3 commentators.
Always stroking.
You know, I fear that there's a lesson coming up, so I'm trying to soften up Jennifer a little bit.
Well, we appreciate you just as much, Rex. Thanks so much for all you've done for chess.
Thank you.
Not just here in St. Louis, but for the United States and for the world. It's really been a fantasy for us as well.
Good. Thank you so much.
With chess, this founder of the chess club, Rex Sinquefield, we have too much fun here when we're with him, but indeed he is a scholar and a gentleman. Bye, guys, back to you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Maurice and Rex. I actually told Rex that if he said that about us as commentators, I would give him this.
A box of chocolates. Come over and take your prize.
So, yeah, I mean, we have our ways.
Oh, yes. But after those compliments, about that raise, Rex.
Thank you, Jen. I know you're going to share this with me.
Yes. Yes, we will. We all will. Well, the comrades will assist.
Yes, it is great to see the kids in St. Louis and just bringing this beautiful game to the community, and also just the positive attention that St. Louis gets as a result. Like, word really is spreading. Mm-hmm. It's true that in the worlds that I navigate, usually more people know about chess than average, but I'm still surprised at how many people I meet these days who ask me about the St. Louis Chess Club, the Sinquefield
happening?
Cup. Everybody in the poker world knows about it. It really is starting to buzz. And everybody in St. Louis.
Yeah.
If you take a cab or something like this, or go to any of the shops around here, they all are members of the club or have come to some of the events.
Yeah, and to that point, across the World Chess Hall of Fame, they have the Chess King. And I'm telling you, like, every day, somebody's out there taking photos next to the Chess King.
Yes, that's
and
brilliant.
lots of
Brilliant.
weddings, too. Lots of brides and grooms holding hands underneath the Chess King.
I like that, a bride in the Chess King, but wouldn't the groom get jealous? Let's take
You
a look
could
at
do
the let's take a look at the game.
Yeah, we do
so
have the move.
instead of queen to h5, which
Right. Was
seemed
the
like it
forcing move.
wasn't quite enough firepower with just that knight and that bishop, Nakamura has played another forcing move, queen to b4.
So queen b4 was Hikaru's choice. And we'll just go back a quick second to say that he actually had quite a number of choices. Your queen h5 was one, another was queen d5, simply centralizing the queen, keeping the pawn on c6 protected. Another one was actually queen c6, just preparing to create this battery. So for example, after a move, for example, like rook c1, let me just show, to give this threat of checkmate in one, that was also a move worthy of consideration. After, what am I going to say, about 10 minutes of thought, came the move queen b4, getting his queen out of pressure, out of attack, I should say, and attacking the pawn on b2. And now, for the first time in the game, Levon has actually thought longer than 10 seconds on his move.
Well, this is an interesting move. So what about the same idea that you had against queen to h5 with bishop to d4?
Okay, bishop d4. In this particular case, I think your knight had been on d5. So after bishop d4, you're allowing this pin.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's any tactics here, but I guess it's just a trade after bishop c5 or something.
Right.
I mean, but the trade might be favorable for me because of your weak pawn. So my idea is that you can't take back on c5 because the takes d1.
Say rook takes, bishop takes b4, rook takes d. I'm just a little bit
Endgame,
worried.
your counterplay is more limited, but
I just want to say, though, we haven't won anything. That's the problem.
Yeah.
White needs to win material to really, well, he's
and you
probably...
still have counterplay just in time, I think, with bishop a6 and rook c8 and knight d5 and c3.
Right.
So that should kind of hold the balance.
That's right. I was actually thinking more along the lines of queen to d4. Okay, now, again, you know, Black has activated his queen. This move, queen d4, has a similar idea. Just bring the queen into the game, protect the pawn on b2 for the moment, and attack the pawn on c4. Now, with the queen on b4, we always used to be able to answer bishop a6 with a very nice queen a4. Now we can no longer do that. So I think that this queen d4 move can be effectively met by bishop a6, unless there's some tactics that might occur here. Queen c4. I'm just taking a quick gander at such things. You don't have to take on b2, of course, but I'm just taking a look at this. I'm not so impressed by whites. I'm not impressed anymore by the move queen d4. I need something a little bit more, with some more oomph.
Natural queen c2?
I like that move better.
But
Queen c.
even though it allows knight d5, we can simply move the bishop away.
As we've previously. Well, knight d5 immediately, bishop d2.
Yeah, bishop d2, right?
So
that
you
looks just
probably,
very good.
yeah, you probably just want to go bishop a6 for the time being, keeping this pawn on c4 protected. Now let's play some reasonable move. How about this one? I'm going to play rook d1, or I'll take that back. I apologize. I'll play rook c1 first, provoke you to play rook c8.
I don't know about rook b8 here, because I guess a7 is also hanging. That's the
True
problem.
Right, so rook b8, bishop a7 is, you got to keep an eye out for that. That's what happens when you have a fractured pawn center, by the way.
Yeah.
The pawns tend to be easier targets. So I was just going to, rook c8, that could still take on a7.
Yeah, well, you could bring the other rook, but...
Right.
Or is there any way we can get knight d5 and c3 in? I'm trying to get that in, but I don't think it's quite working. Oh, well, if you play bishop d4. I was thinking you were still going to play bishop d2.
Well, in the same case, either bishop d4 or...
Well, we can play c3.
Exactly. You can still play c3.
And
that looks, frankly, equal.
Lots of trades. So the idea is that you can never take with the b pawn because knight on a3 is hanging. And after you take with the bishop, massive trades occur on c3, and then we regain our pawn on a2 at the very end of the variation.
Exactly.
Saving ourselves equality. Well, Maurice, what do you think? What do you think Levon's going to do here? Do you think he'll play queen c2 or something else?
Well, first of all, I am shocked that he is taking time in this position. Queen b4 is a very natural move. The bishop left from the c1 square, attacked the queen. Clearly, the b2 pawn was vulnerable. Queen b4 defends the c pawn, attacks the b2 pawn. Why didn't he look at this line before the game? I mean, he blitzed out all these moves to this moment. Clearly, he was prepared, and now he's shocked by queen b4. That really seems like a stunner to me. It's a forcing move. It hits the b pawn, so that's a challenge. But also, there's some issues. It doesn't look like white has much. We start from this position after bishop e3, queen b4. White, the move you guys just suggested, queen c2, there's some wrinkles that say that this is not going to lead anywhere, because after bishop to a6, rook to c1, and now this move is actually playable. Rook a to c8, because this pawn is not really hanging to this nasty shot, c3, and then suddenly the b2 pawn is dropping, the knight is not protected, is going to lose its legs, the rook is in play down this file. You can't take with the b pawn because the knight is hanging. So this is a problem. Black is already winning, in fact. This capturing on a7 would lose. So this position is bad for him, and he's looking at it for the first time. I mean, I'm really shocked by that. The computer is saying that probably he should bail out with queen d2 already and go into an endgame, but that's going to lead to equality as the moves go on. It's saying a slight edge for black. I disagree. It looks like a bishop of opposite color position on the board, and other moves don't seem to hold too much water. Yeah, as you mentioned, the move queen to d4, and you didn't like it either. Neither does the computer. It thinks that e5 is playable here. Can you believe this move? Takes, bishop to h3, and then there's some nonsense happening on this diagonal. Black's pieces are very active, very fast. At the moment, it looks as though Aronian has kind of gotten himself into his own mess. Let's see what he plans to do. And he's not looking a picture of confidence right now as you look at his face over the move. Queen b4? Very surprising. Guys?
To say that's a beautiful shot. I really like that shot. It was stunning. It almost looked like a painting or something. Yeah.
The thinker.
Yeah, exactly. The kind of diagonal thinker.
Yeah.
Right?
One of my favorite pieces of preparation had to be featured in the match between Vladimir Kramnik and Peter Leko. So Peter Leko was well known for playing the Marshall Gambit. And Vladimir Kramnik and his team prepared like a 25-move variation. And Peter Leko fell directly into the preparation. He went right down the main avenue. The only problem was that Kramnik's preparation led to a forced loss for him. Still one of the greatest pieces of preparation in the chess history. And here, it has been rather remarkable that Levon blitzed out, I don't know, a dozen moves or so, gained 5 minutes on the clock, and now suddenly goes into think, as Maurice says, facing what looks like a very obvious response to his queen being threatened, this move, queen b4. Sure. Now he's thinking.
But sometimes people check their analysis, right? Or they could try to lull you in. I mean, this is kind of, I think this would be kind of exotic, but they could try to lull you into a false sense of security that you're no longer in their preparation. But I think that would be more like a 5-minute-er, not a 10-minute.
Exactly, and again, the body language, the facial expressions that Levon is exhibiting, I think he's just having, like, was his preparation a little superficial now that he's actually got the position on the board? Is he
no, he's just
waking
got a great
up?
poker face. He still had this position on the board, and he's pretending to think. Actually, pretending to think is one of the harder things to do.
Pretending to think. I remember from Jonathan Spielman's book, where his autobiography, his games, where he was explaining that he was playing in the candidates matches against Nigel Short. And he had prepared this wonderful variation, this beautiful sacrifices for Nigel Short. And he was so excited that he had to slow himself down. He didn't want to reveal to Nigel that everything had been prepared. So he recited to himself poetry in order to slow himself down. And Nigel fell right into his preparation and got killed. Jonathan Spielman won that game.
There are some times where that makes a lot of sense. And then there are some other times where, like with Fabiano Caruana against Topalov, he thought it was better to let Topalov know that he was in preparation to psych him out. So I guess it really depends on the preciseness of it.
And
if
also the
you have, like, a little
personalities
trick,
too, right? Yeah.
If there's like one line where you have like a trick where if they don't think it's preparation, they won't look for it.
Right.
Then that could be kind of scary.
Yeah. But okay, here we are, and Levon is facing concrete problems. What is he going to do about these ideas of queen takes b2 as well as bishop a6 and the move c4, c3, as Maurice had been pointing out? Computer is suggesting queen d2. Well, I would suspect that after queen takes d2, bishop takes d2, bishop a6, Black will be more than satisfied with the outcome.
Right, because again, there's rook b8, knight d5, rook c8. I mean, it's all coming so fast that it's hard to imagine that Black won't find enough counterplay to compensate for the weakness on c4.
Exactly.
And such lines.
Black's play comes very easy, and all of these moves are very natural, whereas White still hasn't. From White's point of view, if I could, and speaking in Levon's favor, if I could play a couple of moves myself, just in terms of trying to make, well, I'm going to say an ideal, at least with this construction, I'm keeping your knight out of d5, and maybe I can route this knight one day to a better outpost. But this all has a tenuous feel to it. I don't see that this as being concretely at all in White's favor. And Levon is realizing that maybe he's tossed away a white.
Well, while we see that Levon Aronian is deep in thought with White, and remember, tossed away a white means one of two whites in this 4-game classical match.
Precisely so.
A pretty big deal. We are going to take a little break, and during our break, don't rest from chess. Instead, try to solve this puzzle by Hikaru Nakamura, our leader in the St. Louis Showdown right now. have a few moves, but before we get to that, one of Hikaru Nakamura's dazzling games with the King's Indian defense, Maurice Ashley has that for you guys.
I know Hikaru must be wishing he had a position like this instead of the position he has on the board right now. You know he's an extremely creative player, an amazing attacker. One of the reasons why he's the best in the world is because he's one of the best aggressive, most aggressive players on the planet. And in this game he played against Gelfand that you guys were trying to solve, he was on full display. His skills were simply magnificent. In this position, which is not the position you have, he played this insane move, knight captures on G2. Now, Gelfand had to really work this out very carefully in order to find the best defense. He was supposed to capture back on G2. Well, we'll leave that for you to do your research on. But instead, he took on C7 in this position. This was a gigantic mistake, and it led to just vicious tactics. Knight takes on E1, hanging the queen, but guess what? A pawn made on G2, not something you see every day. In this position, Gelfand continued by removing the knight. And now that G2 pawn, which was so dangerous, you think, let's reserve it, somehow we'll make it work. Not Nakamura, very much a free spirit, clear thinker, independent thinker. He played this move, G2 check, and after king takes, here came the rook. Rook to G7 check. Now the king has to be careful. If it steps to F2, a bishop will show up on this long diagonal. That'll be devastating. So instead he played the move king to H1, and still hanging the queen was Nakamura with bishop to H3. This is a move you had to find if you were to say you solved. And now the next move, this is the stuff of dreams. Queen to D3, like, whoa. What a move. Queen D3. You're hanging your queen on D8 for so many moves. No, I want to hang it some more. Of course, you can't take here because bishop G2 is mate. You can't take on H3 either because the F3 pawn is hanging. Can you imagine how Gelfand must have felt when this move dropped on the board, Queen D3? So here he played knight takes E5, guarding F3, attacking the queen. You know what that means, right? Sack the queen. Bishop takes on F1, and again you can't touch the queen because of bishop to G2 mate. Another vicious move. He had to get rid of this guy, and then the queen went on a rampage. Give me that first thing, and now attacking pawn and knight. He guarded with rook to C1. Give me that one too. Yeah, you can have a rook. I don't care. Kill that queen. And after rook takes queen E6, Gelfand looked at the position and said, wait a minute. After I add it all up, I'm just down a piece. And it looks like I'm going to drop more stuff past pawn. My king sucks. No mas, I don't want any more of this. This just shows Nakamura is a monster. This game was beautiful, one of his finest, one of our favorites. He plays great chess, but here he's playing against a player who's having none of that, playing a nice, quiet, bishops of opposite color position and trying to turn the screws on. But this youngster, definitely one of the best attacking players we've ever seen. Guys?
Yeah, you just gotta love that game.
Oh, yeah, that just, wow.
You were there for it, right? No?
Was
World
it?
Team Championship 2010, right?
Yeah, no, I wasn't in attendance. No.
Gotcha.
I came in 2012. But that wow, I remember watching the game live and being just thrilled over the moves that Hikaru made in that game. Today, again, it seems to be the theme of the match so far, these bishops of opposite color middle game positions.
Accentuating the attack.
Let's see how, when we went to break, after some thought, queen b4, which was this natural move we felt, Aronian did respond with the move queen on d1 to c1, and kind of both Maurice and I, when we saw that move, we kind of groaned. It's like, this is the great preparation that you get to move your queen to c1. Well, Hikaru said, well, I'm not a pawn down anymore. I'll play bishop a6, simply defending this pawn on c4 and asking you, what is your knight doing on a3? The move bishop d4 was played.
Well, you've been trying to get that moving for a while, Yasser.
Oh, yes, definitely. So now we've got this fight of the light squares for black, the dark squares for white. And with this move, bishop d4, well, you are peeking over there on the king side, and these ideas of bishop takes f6, followed by a move like queen on c1 over to h6, you have to treat these moves seriously.
Although generally just queen takes b2, and with so few attackers, it's hard to imagine that that's going to be much for white.
True.
Except down a pawn.
But there is some shades of poison in this position.
Right.
So, for example...
Like if you can get the queen off of that diagonal with your rooks.
Yes, very much so. So, for example, a move like knight d5, in order to avoid bishop takes f6, is actually not a very good move for black, as it provokes white playing a move like e2, e4, driving the knight out of the center. Now, if black lets his pieces get too far from his king side, this white knight is actually prepared to come over into the center of the board. Maurice and I, during the break, we were looking at rook d8, rook d1, and due to the threat of knight c2, we were looking at queen a4, and we more or less came to the conclusion, or we felt, let's put it that way, that black's simply okay. It is a position, all results are possible, and again, it's this battle of dark squares versus light squares. For the moment, the bishop on a6 and the queen on a4 are not ideal in terms of taking over the light squares on the king side, but we thought it was finely balanced.
All right, well, let's take a look and see how this is going to develop. In the meantime, the other big story emerging here in St. Louis is the rise of Sam Sevian.
Absolutely.
So we have a little more info for you on that, including a tweet from one of our fans, Matt Barrett,
right?
The one of the Scholastic directors here at the Chess Club, and he's using the hashtag St. Louis Showdown. So if you want to chime in on the show with any of your comments, thoughts, or questions to Yasser, me, or Maurice, please do so. Matt says that if Sevian wins in round 4 at 5 p.m. today, he will break 2,500 and earn the GM title.
Fantastic.
And that would break Ray Robson's record. Nakamura and Fisher. One heck of a lineage. He's 13 years old. He's 2484, but he's creeped closer to 2,500 since this graphic was created because he's won 3 games in a row.
Right.
At the beginning of this tournament.
Fantastic. Simply breathtaking. Maurice.
Incredible. Maurice has some thoughts on Sevian's historic achievements so far in St. Louis. How historic will they get?
Well, it's incredible. 13 years old to become a grandmaster. I know the record is 12, and this is obscene and sick, you know, how young you can be and still be a grandmaster, have that appellation. I mean, that's just insane. And when you look at his moves, you look at his games, you say, this kid's a GM. Check this out. This is from the last round. He played against Levon Aronian. A beautiful game in this position. He's up a pawn, the c5 pawn. It looks like it's going to drop, however. Also, the b2 pawn is hanging. So you might think, let's play a move like c3, stay boring, and give the guy the pawn and keep going. Not this young phenom. He played the wonderful move, knight from f3 to e5. Boom, wake up now. If you're not awake, you better drink your coffee because this move here is amazing. The knight is hanging. He's hitting the f7 pawn. That's a big point here. And you can't play bishop takes knight because of the monster move queen d5, hitting f7 yet again and hitting the bishop on e5. How do you defend? This is going to drop immediately. The rook is going to hang behind it. If you guard f7 with what looks like an aggressive move, then bow. Queen takes on e5. Now g7 mate is hanging, and there's nothing sensible to do about that mate because f6, of course, hangs this bishop on e6. So big problems for black. He must have just fallen out his chair when he saw knight e5 appear on the board. The game went on in great fashion after e6, knight to d3, guarding this pawn, guarding the b2 pawn. Now white's just up a pawn. Black struggled on. Knight c6, now queen f3, hitting this bishop on f6. Queen dropped back to d8, and now rook to d1, and white's pieces were just growing in effectiveness. You could just see all of white's pieces are ready, harmonized well. Queen to e7, and now a couple of GM solid moves. Let me just improve my position, get my rook ready, and now knight to a5, attacking this bishop. What are you going to do about it? Your bishop is under attack. Have my bishop, I dare you. Of course, knight takes bishop, now runs into, bam, a rook sack. Whoa, queen takes, and now again an unstoppable mate on G7. When we say this kid's a GM, we mean he's a GM. After knight to B4, his opponent dropped back with bishop to H8, and now this bishop slid back to the F1 square. Now he's just up a pawn. Nice move, by the way. Retreating all the way. Not a move that anybody, the average person would play, but this is GM level stuff. Tucking the bishop away nicely, and he's got the rook D7 pressure. After rook to C8, now dropping his bishop back. I mean, really showing some style. The bishop looked powerful here, but he said, no, I'm going to keep my pawn and bring the bishop back, securing the position. Knight C6, now for a couple of moves before the finish, guys. E5 now played. This was not a great move because of what came next. Bishop to G5, hitting the queen and the bishop on D7 and transforming to the position to, guess what, Jen? A bishops of opposite color position, the theme of the day. Why do we like bishop of opposite color position? We don't, unless there are pieces on the board and we have the initiative. In this case, it's white with the initiative and the extra pawn. Long as you have lots of stuff, you don't mind the opposite color bishop position. He was attacking these white square pawns. By the way, the main point of the bishop of opposite colors is that you have a bishop attacking squares that the other person cannot defend. In this case, it's that light square on F7 and potentially B7. But first, he hunkered down and played the move B4, guarding his pawn. Now queen E6. And this queen controlling that diagonal, he said, no, I want that diagonal. Knight to A3, I'm putting a bishop on C4, no matter what you do. Black flailed around with E4 on the light square. That's got to die. And let's bring the knight in first. And after rook to F8, let's go to D6. Look at those light squares. Scrumptious delicious. Did I just make that up? I think I did. Queen to A1. And now rook to E8. Don't touch me. Your light square on F7. And let's grab queen B7 and B4. Wow, he finished it off with C6. Down the board, you can't show that line. Knight takes, queen takes F7 is mate on the board, on a light square, of course. And if you touch my knight after this move, then simply C7, and how do you guard this light square? Amazing theme, amazing play. After C6, his opponent resigned. Is he a GM? We should just give him the title now. I mean, come on. Seriously, look at how this young man is playing. 13? That's just illegal. Guys?
A beautiful game, wow. And it's so sweet of Sam to help illustrate our theme, right?
Right. I mean, what's in the air? What's in the water that we're getting bishops of opposite color in so many games and, of course, in the match?
Well, judging from his play so far, it seems likely that he'll get the title. But remember, he still probably has to score another win to do it.
Yes. And
so we'll be keeping a close eye on Sam as he marches towards his Grandmaster title here at the capital of chess in America. What better place to beat Bobby Fischer, Hikaru Nakamura's record, right?
Yeah,
Ray Robinson. This is where to do it.
Yeah, of course. If you had to pick a spot, he's picking the right one. In our game, we do have some moves. When we have left it, we left it about these parts. Bishop D4 was Levon's play, and we had looked at this idea that, okay, maybe you're worried about your knight being captured. If you move your knight prematurely, you're encouraging white to play an attacking move that he wants to. Hikaru said, no, if you want to take my knight, be my guest. No, thank you, I don't. I'll keep that threat in reserve. And then rook A8, C8, very logical move, just developing his pieces. And now Levon is on his tea break, it would appear, as Levon is surveying his options.
Why tea and not coffee? I don't see
He's
any tea bags.
He's a tea drinker.
More of a tea guy.
He's a tea drinker, yeah. Okay, so in previous positions where we tried to snap this pawn off the board, we got injured by a C4, C3 type of move when the knight on A3 was hanging. So we're not going to grab that A7 pawn. Instead, we would expect Levon to play a standard good move, bringing his knight, which is a little bit offsides on the A3 square, back into the game with knight C2. Now Black has to decide what he wants to do with his queen. Does he want to drop back, defend this knight, defend this pawn, or would Hikaru prefer to remain active? For example, with a move like Queen A4, challenging white once again to decide whether or not he wants to capture this knight. Overall, if I had my choice, I like good pawn structure, so I'm just a little bit in favor of white.
Especially if you get to take white's clock.
Yes, what is the clock times? 37 minutes for Hikaru. From white's point of view, he still has issues. He hasn't developed his rook on A1 yet, his queen on C1, a bit confined. So much freer game, much more active position for Hikaru. We know that's what Hikaru loves, is active pieces, as we've demonstrated in some of those puzzles of the day, that he's always striving for them. So I'm thinking maybe you're on the same wavelength that white would probably just play a move like knight E3. But
well, what happens if just the immediate queen G5 allows rook to D5?
Yes, unfortunately, the immediate queen G5, there's rook D5, what you just mentioned, H6 too. Remember that C2 knight is still on pre.
Right, exactly.
Right. So I was thinking that if white just plays these normal moves, one of the things that white has to be concerned about is the advance C4, C3. The idea, what black would like to do is trade off a slight liability, his pawn on C4, for this really nice pawn on E2. So if we had a position like bishop takes C3, bishop takes E2, black would accept this position gladly, because the light squares on the king side have become much weaker thanks to the removal of the E2 pawn.
Right, and it's nice that the bishop on E2 conveniently protects G4, like in the variation rook takes D8, bishop takes F6.
Right.
Although I do wonder about checking all of the move orders here. This is
right. So
crucial.
what you're saying is how sweet it is that that bishop on E2 kind of keeps that knight, so to speak, in check.
Yeah, because this is such a true battle of the minor pieces there. But after knight E3, C3, we should also check what happens on bishop takes F6 immediately.
Okay, bishop takes F6
because
immediately.
I noticed that if you try to insert the in-between move, rook takes D1, I guess that's probably possible too. Yeah.
Well, there is... Well, I'm not sure, actually.
Yeah.
Queen takes D1, queen takes D1. The highly desirable knight takes D1, so you could take on C3. Unfortunately, has a drawback.
Yeah, that's a pretty move, huh?
That move C2 is like, okay.
Well, we do have bishop G5 here.
Bishop G5, but then we're getting into a dead drawn,
a
right?
dead draw again.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We'll just show it for our viewing audience. And again, thank you.
You gotta show them all the exciting ones.
This is dead. This is dead. But they were in this position. So that to be careful about, but seems very balanced. Is maybe Levon should actually step back with his bishop for just a moment, just to stop this C4, C3 type of tactic once and for all. I'm not saying that this is a big victory or anything like that, or an advantage for white. But again, this bishop can get shut out of the game just because it's on a passive diagonal at the moment, and white can also try to play F2, F3. Should this bishop ever get on the long diagonal, it might get shut out as well. Remember, I was trying to play F3 and E4 and other positions to just set up a fence. But, you know, I always like it when my opponents make a retreating move, and the move bishop D4, C3 does not inspire me to think that this is going to lead to any great shakes for white. So, again, I'm saying a balanced position at the moment. Here, Jen.
And you're saying you'd slightly prefer to play white here. I personally like the activity, so I'd pick black if it weren't for the clock situation.
Right. Okay, clocks aside, bishop C3. Okay, so I'm telling you, I'll tell you my moves. I'm planning to play knight to E3 and trade rooks and play bishop F6. So that's I'm planning. Pardon me. I'm planning this move followed by capturing your knight, right? So you're going to have to deal with that in, oops, excuse me, I apologize, in this position. What would you like to do? Bring your bishop back to the long diagonal, make luft on the king side.
Let's try, yeah, sure, we haven't tried that yet, so let's try bishop b7.
Okay, bishop b7,
We
is
haven't-
very sensibly just preparing that battery that we've been
Now that
speaking
c4
about.
pawn is not really on the menu.
Exactly. So I will activate my knight. Oh, no, I didn't. Was I going to take on f6 first? I'm not sure. Let's make it the position in
I was going to
balance.
try to play knight e4, yeah.
Right. Let's.
I mean, I could play knight e4 instead of bishop b7 as well.
Sure.
So that's another option.
So this is what I'm thinking. The position gets in balance. These double pawns on the king side. Not sure. Not sure.
And yeah, then we have to check some tactics with c3 at all times. But okay, suppose we play knight e4 to start.
Yeah, knight e4, knight d5, both of those moves seem very reasonable, let's put it that way. So I'll bring my knight to e3. So I'm keeping this rook the rook on d1 well defended.
And now let's play bishop b7.
Now let's play bishop b7. Okay. So at some point, I've got to force you to make that trade. I'm going to give you the boot.
Right, so you want to force me to play knight takes c3, you're saying?
Yes, exactly. Knight takes c3 and activate my pieces somewhat. So here, my strategy, for what it's worth, is I'm trying to keep your bishop on b7 as passive as possible, so that's why I set up the structure e2, f3. Again, I'm a little bit better in terms of structure, pawn structure across the board, but it doesn't feel like that this is a lot for me, to be frank.
And we've got a Grandmaster Ashley as we see how this game shakes out with more exciting finales by our 13-year-old phenom here at the St. Louis Showdown, watching the top players in the world. And, you know, he might be the best bet for an American player to join the ranks in the next decade.
Oh, yeah, he's right there.
There's a few other talented guys, but you
Okay,
can't
so-
argue with the youngest young, right?
No.
Yes, indeed. This kid is really special, and he's showing it here at this tournament. Even us veteran GMs are looking in awe, like, wow, he is special. Take a look at this game from round 1 of the tournament. He played against Dennis Boris in this game, and he started off best by test e4, and it went into a Pierce after knight f3, and he played the Austrian attack and went straight ahead with e5. Like, this is round 1. I'm going sharp. I'm going aggressive right away. So e5, knight back, and h4. Let's just attack. I mean, we're talking about move 7, and he's talking about winning the game already. c5, and I know, Yaz, this is one of your specialties. The key position here. Now, queen f2, critical moment in the game. His opponent did not know this move. I believe you mentioned that e takes f4, Yaz, is the right move here, but instead his opponent played queen to b6. A little bit dubious in this position, still forgivable according to the computer, but after queen h4, you have this major battery down the h-file. He's looking for mate, only thinking mate, and now takes on f4. Now, you can't capture yet because the queen is ready to help out, and there's some crazy lines there, but he did take, actually, no, and this was the moment, sorry. He should have played queen takes g6, and the position gets crazy. I'll just show a line from that. Queen takes g6, bishop to d3 would have been the move, not queen takes d3. Queen to e6 check would have been the right way to respond, and the lines get crazy here because of h6 coming in, and the game is very, very sharp. But instead of doing that, he played the inferior h6, and now take a look at this. Bishop takes on f4, leaving all this to its own devices. Queen takes on b2, and now the knight's hanging, the rook's hanging. What are you going to do? Nothing works over here because check's happening and the queen's prepared to defend the position. So what does Sam do? Well, he harkens back to the 19th century. Forget the rook. We're going to play the move knight to d5. Excuse me about that. The knight just disappeared on me. I didn't know that was even possible. Oh, there you go. Knight to d5, going in giving away a rook. His opponent captured it on A1, and now the calm king to F2. And he said, all right, figure out what to do next. I'm threatening here, check, of capture on H6. His opponent played knight out to C6, guarding the position, and bishop to D3. It's not from your book, Yas, I believe, take my rooks, because this rook is actually defended. Well, guess what? His best move was to take the rook. In this position, he should have played queen takes on H1, and after takes here, now take on G6, open up a file, and this is actually defensible for black. He would have been able to save himself, at least not go down the way he did, but this was his best way to play. Instead of doing that, after bishop to D3, he played queen to B2, trying to maintain that link on this diagonal so his queen can come back. Sam said, none of that. I'm going to play bishop back to C1, move your queen. I'm going to gain a tempo when I come down here. His opponent shifted, and that blink was all he needed. Bishop takes on H6. Now the queen is not connected. There's some devastating threats around the king. His opponent played knight to C5. That did not help. Bishop takes, knight takes D3 check. Of course, the pawn is pinned. King march up the board. And now the move, pawn takes, trying to run to this square. Knight G5, shutting the door. Mate threats everywhere. His opponent said, enough is enough. Just a sparkling game. This is the kind of game you would think you'd see from the 1800s. He has it down, the attacking style. That's just wonderful. And as I said, we really should be giving him the GM title, but he doesn't need any favors from us. He's going to earn it himself, already having 3 norms and just a few rating points to make history and beat all the great American players of previous and the current generation. Guys?
That's right, Maurice. Thank you for showing us that dazzling game. 2 more points, so even if he doesn't get it in this tournament, which it seems likely that he'll get it here, way over 50%. The reason it's way over 50% is, first of all, he's playing like that.
Right.
So that's the main one.
Which is great.
The second thing is that he can do it at any time in the tournament. So, for instance, he doesn't need to win today to get it. If he draws today, even if he loses a game and he wins a couple, he can get it.
To get that 16 rating points, I think he needs to finish the competition overall with about a +4 score.
Right, and he's already +3.
Right. And by the
or
way,
any point in the tournament, he needs to be +4.
Right,
so he could be +4 in the penultimate round and somehow lose the last round. Of course, we don't want that, but
secure
that
the
would still
Grandmaster
give him
title
the
that
norm.
way. Right.
I mean, the title.
Right, and also keep in mind in this tournament that he's playing in, it's a norm tournament, so you have a certain number of Grandmasters and then IMs and Masters and so on. So it's a mixed field. But he's played actually, I believe, 3 Grandmasters already. He's played the top seeds in his field. I'll just have to double check on that, but I do believe the opponents he's been beating were the pre-tournament favorites. Let's put it that way.
I think Fugazi is an IM, but
IM, yes.
he is a high-rated IM.
Very strong IM.
So
yes,
and
that
was another soon-to-be Grandmaster.
Precisely. So Levon lost high-rated international master, but then his first 2 victims, Sam's that is, were Grandmasters. Is that correct?
Yes,
then Boros.
I think so. I believe so. So we'll check on that. But
yes.
Sam Sevian, we've got a watchful eye on this wonderkind, right?
Right.
And we know that some of you are tuning in at different times, so let's take a quick look at the format and score table in this match. Nakamura leading after the first round. The reason it says 4 points, he only won 1 game, but each of these 4 classical games is worth 4 points. And the structure of the tournament is that we've got 4 classical games, 4 rounds, November 21st to the 24th, and then on November 25th, you're not going to want to miss Yasser and Maurice do 16 games of blitz chess commentary. That's going to be wild and fun. So
challenge.
Money ain't bad either for this tournament. Lots of Thanksgiving stuffing for both of these players, but a $20K difference between first and second. So $60,000 for the winner of the St. Louis Showdown. And we've got a couple moves.
Yes.
So let's go back to the game.
At this exact moment, I had been trumpeting the idea of knight c2 to bring that, neutralize it, put it on a better square. Instead, what we saw was the move Queen C3, offering a trade of queens. And I think what Levon was hoping that if Hikaru did go for this trade of queens, well, at the end of the day, there's an issue that black would have to deal with his pawn on A7. So Hikaru said, no, I'll decline your tempting offer. I'll play the move Queen A4, and I'll ask you what you want to do. We've seen this move before, by the way. The idea is, with the queen on A4 and the rook on D8, there's a pin along the D file. That is to say, if it was black to move here, the move E6, E5 is on black's agenda, because once again, how are you going to deal with that rook on D1? If white goes back in order to break that pin, well, then black should probably, and will most likely, simply trade queens. In this case, the big difference is that after C4, C3 comes with a tempo, you're going to capture that pawn on E2. You see bishop takes C3, bishop takes E2. The players can agree to a draw. This
right,
is
we keep
nothing.
seeing some of these variations. So in other words,
Repeating.
getting rid of our weakness and trading a couple of pawns off there. Now, we do have the second round opponent. We were actually watching the footage of Sam playing against Sammy Shoker yesterday. Remember
Right,
the
from
hair
Egypt.
from
Yes,
Egypt, Texas
right.
Tech.
There you go.
So what happened to our memories, Yasser?
Oh,
Maurice, he has more on thoughts for the game now.
Well, you know, we saw this yesterday, and we're seeing it again today. Levon Aronian had a great position, great, maybe again overstating it from yesterday, but definitely a nice position. He slowly played himself into a worse position and eventually lost the game. Now, in this game, we saw him bang out the opening moves and then get shocked by this move, Queen B4, which we expected had to be a natural move if he had prepared this position. And now, slowly, it looks like he's trying to make himself worse. I mean, that's how it looks. Like he's trying to get a bad position because he's playing moves that just don't do anything at all to black. And Nakamura is slowly seeing, like, I'm safe here. There's nothing to worry about. And this last move, Queen to C3, allowing Queen A4, Yaz, the computers are saying the only move is Queen C2. Anything else, you're going towards worse. You can't move this bishop because of the pin. What moves are you supposed to make? By the way, Knight E4 is coming. Knight E4 is coming with tempo, and the queen's going to have to do something. And white's pieces, if you look at them, are you impressed that white's pieces are better than black's in any way? The queens basically match. This knight looks ridiculous. This knight is great. The two rooks down the line, this rook is still looking for some energy. Let's just make the point that if this move, rook to C1, E5, and that's it. That's it. Give us a piece. You're dropping along this line because of the pin. So that means you can't increase the scope of your pieces, create any more harmony in the position. There is nothing here for white. White has to go into the line. You just mentioned he has queen to C2, and he's just got to be disgusted at this position, having whipped out all those moves. And just a few moves later, where did he play bishop E3? Queen B4 was move 13. Guys, right here, when Queen B4 happened, that was move 13. He blitzed all those moves out and has taken so much time now to get to move 17 only and have a worse game. So much for great preparation. Things not looking good for Aronian in this match. He's got to be disgusted after yesterday and even more disgusted after today. Guys?
Certainly a big disappointment.
Indeed. We'll see if he ends up playing queen to C2, trying to bail out of the situation. I do think I see the move on the board. Queen C2, offering the traded queen. Such a critical decision in any chess player's game, when to trade queens. And Levon assessing that he has no more edge and he should do what we call a bailout.
Exactly. That's exactly what he has done. And he has to feel very frustrated because, again, just to echo the point made by Maurice, it's super impressive when these elite grandmasters come and they blitz out the first dozen moves like they've seen everything and they gain time on the clock, which is precisely what happened. 4 moves later, you spend half an hour and you're slightly worse. Something went awry, let's say, in Levon's preparation. And after this trade of queens, a different set of circumstances than a moment ago when the queens were offered, because now, after this line that we've seen, with this move c4, c3, bringing this bishop on a6 to life, instant equality. Instant equality.
But do you think they'll play that position out? They will play all 30 moves.
Oh,
But you
yes,
don't think,
for sure.
You don't see it going a lot past 30 moves, but I feel like that's what we often used to say before this 30-move rule, and now weirder things have happened than one side gets a small edge.
Well, again, I mean, both these players are so combative. They do enjoy playing on in all kinds of positions, and we have just seen all the bailout line that we've been showing, and Hikaru very Hikaru is about to play the move bishop takes e2, and will they play much longer? They'll go to 30 for sure and assess the situation at that time, but I really don't see this game as being anything other than a draw. But then again, I kind of thought that was going to be the case yesterday as well.
Exactly, right. So I like you using the word giddy in Nakamura because it is kind of, he does crack smiles, but usually they're not exactly giddy.
Right.
He's a serious guy.
Oh, he's very, very serious, especially at the board.
Yeah.
And he played, interestingly, I'm not quite sure why he had to give up the d file, but he did play rook takes d1 first, check. The rook was recaptured instantly, of course, with rook takes d1, and bishop takes e2 has been smacked down on the board. And I guess from Hikaru's point of view, he's probably thinking that this there's a traffic jam maybe for white along the c-file, so his rook is a little bit more effective on the c-file, especially if this knight could jump to either the e4 or d5 squares. I really don't see how Levon is going to be able to prevent that knight from jumping, by the way. So this is Jennifer.
One of the most popular tweeters in the World Chess Championship is Nigel Short because he always just says exactly what's on his mind. And at one point, a lot of people were calling one of the early games and Carlsen and on a draw. I think it was actually maybe the first game. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he was like, all the people who were saying this is a dead draw would lose for either color.
Yes.
So keeping that in mind, suppose you were playing, let's say, like a 1900 player here, so a strong amateur player.
For example.
Which color would you take, and do you think you could win?
I would take black, and sure, I would understand that I need a little assistance from my opponent. My opponent has to make just a little slips here and there. The reason why I chose black so quickly is simply because the light squares around white's king are far weaker than the dark squares around black's king. So I would, for example, secretly in my heart of hearts, hope that my opponent would play a move, for example, like rook d2. I put my bishop on this f3 square with all of these kinds of mating threats. I would hope that my opponent would try to kick me away with a move like knight d4. I drop back with my bishop, and suddenly I have a duo. I have the threat of knight e4, forking rook and bishop, as well as gift me the pawn. I want to take the pawn. So already easy moves, and suddenly black's on top. So
you would win most of the time.
I don't want to say my expectation would be to win most of the time, but yeah, I would think against a 1900, a strong amateur, I like, at least there's an imbalance here going on.
Right.
It's not super, super, super cold. Blooded.
Come on, yeah. Your endgame technique, you're going to win 99% of the time against a 1900. I know you're.
Your work isn't done if this is
right.
After the game. After the 1900's out there ready to take Yaz on. He needs some pension money in this position. I don't think you'll get any takers.
No takers, no takers. But remember, I'm old and slow, and like
lulling them into a false security. I've heard that one before. Hey, on another topic, who is your favorite celebrity chess player? Celebrity who plays chess and actually enjoys it, isn't just doing a photo shoot.
Well, yeah, celebrity is kind of a hard one to peg down because the word celebrity and what it means. But I really like Milos Forman. He's the famous film director of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Amadeus, the film director from Czechoslovakia. And he comes to many of these World Championship matches, and he's just like there. He's a big chess fan. He's a pretty strong amateur. I'm going to guess he's about a B player, A player. There you go, Milos. I'll play with Milos any day.
Oh, great. Yeah, we're coming up with lots of great people. How about Manny Pacquiao? Let's take him away from the fight tonight.
Yeah, big fight. Yeah.
And play you instead of this.
Right.
He's actually supposed to be pretty good. I've seen a lot of pictures of him over at Ted Castro's House of Chess.
No
He
kidding.
plays, he's supposed to be pretty good at chess, actually.
The Philippine players, they used to be absolutely dominant in Asia. Now the rise of India and China, but the Philippines, they have a chess culture, a chess tradition.
Right. So it's kind of like when a Russian tells you they don't really play much chess.
Yeah, don't believe that one. It's like the French don't do much cooking, right? No, they play chess. But
Maurice, what about your celebrity chess faves?
Well, without question, it's got to be Will Smith. I was his present on Valentine's Day. I don't get any ideas, folks. His wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, knew that he was a big chess fan and wanted to have him get a chess lesson from a grandmaster on Valentine's Day 2000. So they flew me out there and surprised him, was able to give him some lessons. We hung out for about 3 hours. The guy knew opening theory. He was showing me lines. I was like, what is going on? And he said, well, he plays chess every night online, a couple of hours just to relax from his $20 million movie making. He bragged about playing on the set of Ali against everyone. He'd be fighting in the ring, and then he would go beat Jamie Foxx out of the ring. And I said, wait a minute, that's chess boxing going on right there. So he is definitely a big fan of the sport and has been very generous helping out some of the school kids that I've taught over the years. So he's clearly my favorite.
Thanks, Maurice. And I know on the female side, another one of your faves is Carmen Cass.
Yes, of course.
Supermodel who you're actually a close friend of.
Right. She stayed over with us in Amsterdam. And yeah, no, she's great. And she was also at one time, I believe, the president of the Chess Federation for Estonia. I think, yes, Estonia.
All the presidents of chess federations should be supermodels.
I know, of course. I mean, it should be written in the FIDE rules, of course. I absolutely concur.
Well, we are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with the potential conclusion of the St. Louis Showdown Round 2. Welcome back to the Showdown in St. Louis. Here we are, round 2. Grandmasters Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura facing off, and what looks like it might be fizzling out. Will one of them create any chances in this position? Let's see. What do you think, Yasser? We just got this move knight to d5 has been played by Hikaru Nakamura. And so we've still got another 10 moves here until they reach the 30th move, in which case they're allowed to offer draws. How much might change before we reach that point?
I don't see too much is happening still. I think at the bishops of opposite color, we're in a bit of a snooze fest, I'm afraid. Yeah. Yes, I fear so.
But
hold on. Dramatic moment. We get to not have a bishops of opposite color position. The move knight takes c4 has just been played. Let's go back a second. When we left it, we were in this position. Bishop captures e2, rook to e1. The bishop dropped back. Levon made what we would call a sham sacrifice. That is, he made a temporary pawn sacrifice with the move knight e3. Hikaru did not go for the bait. He did not capture on a2, as in the end white's rook would activate after rook a1. Instead, we saw this move knight d5, and I thought he was going to play knight takes d5 and then bishops of opposite color dead draw. Knight takes c4, and Hikaru was very pleased by this decision, because basically what it means is this knight on d5 is now permanently lodged on a very fine square in the middle of the board on d5. Knight takes c4. Instant move by Hikaru. Rook takes c4. And let's see what is going on here. I guess it's still even after this. Black is threatening to capture on c3, so white steps back with the bishop on d2.
Well, he hasn't done that yet.
Right.
You expect him to move the bishop one way or the other. He could also consider moving into e5.
Well, I like bishop d2 for a very specific reason. What I'm trying to do in this position is neutralize the black rook on c4. Oops, on c4 with the move rook c1. So, for example, rook c2.
And
I've got rook.
play bishop d2.
Right. I get to play rook c1, and thanks to the back rank checkmating threat, you can't. Black.
Yeah, I thought it was a dead draw. Now you got a checkmate on the board.
Okay. Thanks to that threat, you can't capture my bishop. Now, just continuing this line for a second, it's a lucky thing for Levon, by the way. After trades, the knight jumps to, b4, attacking the a2 pawn. White moves the a2 pawn, and now there's this fork. Knight comes to d3 very nicely. We like to say touching both the c1 and b2 pawns. But fortunately, from White's point of view, he has the counterattack bishop to e3 attack. And so White does not lose a pawn in this variation. And again, a draw, but in this case,
White's the one that has the better side of the draw, for sure.
That's right. That's exactly the way I
think
feel.
that Black wouldn't want to trade the rooks and give White the potential for that torture position.
Well, in
But
fact,
does Black not have a choice?
What we have seen is after the move, and by the way, he did play bishop d f8, just getting out of those back rank situations, and instantly came rook c1, I believe. Yes, as Levon says, no, this rook on c4 is simply too active. I want to get rid of that rook. Now, if you trade, by the way, this is a very good instructional lesson for amateurs players. I instantly change sides.
Yeah.
A moment ago, you asked me if I was going to play against a 1900, would I like to play White or Black's position? I chose Black. Now, in this position of knight versus bishop ending with a majority, with pawns on both flanks and a majority on the queen side, give me the bishop.
And which would you be more likely to win, this one or the other one?
This one for sure.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because the bishops of opposite color factor is just so wild.
bit more juice and potential for blunders. But, you know, Nakamura could have avoided this with rook to a4. I thought that maybe perhaps his judgment is just assessing that he knows how to draw this. Again, you're saying that if you're playing against a much weaker player.
A much weaker player, an amateur player. And I'm kind of surprised that Hikaru, well, I'm not going to say he jumped at the chance to go into this ending, but he certainly more than acquiesced. He said, okay, I'm satisfied with this position.
Do you think it would have been easier if he just tried to keep rooks on the board to just not have to worry about anything, for instance?
Yeah, or maybe he just felt that his king is so active in this specific case. Of course, if
and the knight on d5 is so beautiful.
Right. It's that he feels that he's absolutely fine, and he likely is.
I think that's right.
But then again, I mean, I would much, well, not much, but I have a preference for white. Just, you know, I like the bishop and the outside pass pawn on the queen side. Probably not enough to do anything.
Bishops too, but if you notice my earrings, they're knight earrings, so I should be a defender. I should be a defender of the knight today. I actually got them across the street at the World Chess Hall of Fame. They've got a great store there. You might be able to see them a little bit better now. You see that knight? They've got great stuff over there at the Q Boutique, and actually you can buy online from the Q Boutique now.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
cool.
so I'm not sure if you can buy these online though. These you might have to come in person to get.
Right.
So.
I really, really love the boutique's postcards.
I love all their clothes.
Okay,
whenever
going
they come in here, they're like, "Uh-oh, the big fish."
Yeah.
What you gonna buy today?
I see. All right, we do have some moves. Following the trade of rooks, both sides sought quick king activity, and from White's point of view, his dream would be to march his king as quickly as possible to the c4 square. I actually thought that Hikaru was going to do the opposite, which was to march his king to the c4 square. Instead, Hikaru said, no, if black can establish a pawn on the e4 square, then that white king simply is not going anywhere. So he played e5 with the idea of e4 and just stopping this track across the board, if you will. So let's just say, let's play a move for white for a moment. Oops.
And that happened, in fact. King E2, E4 has been played.
E4. And now, from white's point of view, this bishop on C1 really needs to get into the game and find a good active square. I'm going to choose, oh gosh, D2. I want to get my pawns rolling. I want to play B4 and B5 and A4. So I'm going to choose bishop D2, but this is not the active square I was looking for, by the way. So let's say F5, B4, let's say king D6, let's say A4. I have to be a little bit careful. A6, and I'm just not going anywhere with my queenside pawns, I'm afraid.
Well, the problem is this idea of F5 and E4 keeping the king out. You know, that's really key.
Yes, exactly.
So we could try to move our king over via C2 and B3, but black could also get some counterplay of his own, so you want to be a little bit careful.
Well, maybe that's a very good point, Jen. Maybe you've hit the nail on the head with that one. So after bishop D2, F5, maybe you should just, I should be a little bit more consistent with my play. I said I wanted to get my king to C4. It takes me a long way to get around the horn, so to speak. So king C1, king D6, not the only move, king C2. You meet me at the pass. You get to the C5 square long before I get to the C4 square.
You could play B4.
B4 now. I like that move. Very good. Activating my pawn. Oops. Did I cheat? I think I did. I just played king C2. I'm trying to
win the game that way.
Yeah.
If I keep giving you two moves.
Yeah, exactly. Well, king.
What a world of difference that we're almost on move 30, and both players have, you know, almost 35 minutes and over 50 minutes compared to yesterday, where it was really like a question whether one of them might even lose on time, right? Levon was getting down to his last seconds. Yeah.
Well, in fact, one of the things that I've always admired about Levon is not only his calmness and his execution of the board, but the fact that he actually plays quite quickly. Normally, he's well ahead on the clock against his opponents, and I don't think I've ever seen Levon in such time trouble as he was in yesterday's game. It was just, things were not clicking in his mind so as they normally are. He's normally a much faster player, so that was a big surprise for me.
And this is going to be his 30th move.
Right.
So as long as he doesn't spend 35 minutes on it, 50 minutes on it,
right,
he will make the time control in this game.
Yeah.
You know, yesterday was the exact opposite. We were saying 50 seconds and ticking down from it. Right? Now we got 50 minutes to tick down from.
Right. So maybe what Levon is thinking about here is he might be worried about this F5 business, possibly considering the move G4 as a preliminary kind of move to get in F2, F3. I'm not really 100% sure what is going on here. You might think you've achieved something by getting the pawn to G5. I have some doubts that, because if White does trade the pawns on E4, all he's done is really activated Black's king. Black's king on E4, I think the combination of a great knight on D5, a king on E4, no serious chances whatsoever for Levon in this case. So,
yeah, Nakamura makes some really nice strategic choices quickly. I love to see that about his game, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Not just tactics, but I think his trade was so quick because he saw like, oh, I could play E5 and E4 and it's all good.
Mm-hmm.
No real play, you know, yesterday, Rook F6, B4, these moves he played so quickly. Just not even tactics, just like he sees the strategic idea and that's it. He plays
Right. Well, one of the things he talked about a couple of years ago, he felt himself in a little bit of a rut in some interviews. He said he's got to change gears, he's got to shift gears. And one of the things that I have seen in his play, like you say, he's making long-term strategic decisions rather quickly. He's become a lot more practical, I think, in his tournament play, and he's simply playing better too. He did shift gears and turn it up a notch. Here, I think, well, it's just going to be a draw, I'm afraid. I don't see much.
We said that yesterday, but this time we really mean it.
We really, really mean it. Double dog dare.
We got a St. Louis Showdown tweet here from Vince Bradley, who was listening to Maurice's favorite chess celeb, and he asks, I forgot that Will Smith played chess. Do you know what site he spends his evenings on? I'm guessing that info is confidential, as otherwise Will Smith would wake up to 10,000 requests, right?
Well, www.privatecelebritychess.com. There's no way in the world, if I did know, which I don't, would I reveal that information. That would be the last conversation I had with Will. So, no, I don't know. But he does absolutely play a lot, and man, his trash talking is fierce. He is super aggressive about it too. He feels like if you dare him, I remember just lightly saying, somebody might say, oh, Will Smith doesn't play chess, and his back straightened up and his chest puffed out, and he looked at me with fierce eyes. I was like, whoa, the ego behind that. Like, how dare you? Like, he was ready to fight. Who said that? Who said that? And I was just pretending. I was like, nothing serious, Will. Chill, calm down. So, yeah, he's a big, big fan of the game, loves to play. I was really grateful that he endorsed the Millionaire Chess Open as well. They suggested, he and his wife, that they might come down for the first edition, but they weren't able to make it. Very busy schedules. Hopefully they'll come down for the second edition. But they're absolutely great fans for the game.
Thank you. Also, just wanted to mention that when I was a kid growing up, it's Cowboys and Indians. Just loved John Wayne movies. John Wayne played chess on set, too.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And Stanley Kubrick.
And Stanley Kubrick. Oh, yes. And, gosh darn it, the New York DJ. The New York radio host.
Oh, Howard Stern.
Howard Stern, also a big chess fan.
Right. There's a feature on him in Chess Life magazine, actually, a couple years ago about by Dan Heisman, who was his coach. Yeah, it was really interesting. Yeah.
Also, we should mention the the artists, Wu-Tang Clan, Jizza and the RZA, who were featured or were part of the exhibition going across, right across the street,
right,
at the World Chess Hall of Fame, with hip hop and chess. The Hip Hop Chess Federation, of course, doing great things. These area teaching kids chess and hip hop and martial arts, but those guys are players too. I played them blitz, and they're fierce. They don't mess around. They want to beat you, and actually thought they would beat me too. Come on, what you got?
Right.
Well, a couple of GM skills.
Yeah.
Took care of that, but they're big fans too. Play all the time.
Yeah, well, they got to do something on the tour bus, right? So playing chess the whole way down. You know, RZA was here for the opening that we were talking about yesterday for Living Like Kings, and he's also featured in the amazing video installation by Ben Kaplan. It's so cool. You actually see Maurice there a lot too, and Adisa Benjoko of the Hip Hop Chess Federation.
Right.
And there's also some of RZA's voice in there.
I remember I was in the Czech Republic, they were having a film festival, and Woody Harrelson came to a chess match between, I believe it was Jan Timman and Alexei Shirov, and he came into the VIP, and Woody sat down for a game of chess with Garry Kasparov. And
How'd that go?
Not good for Woody. But by the way, remember we were trying to crawl around with our king over to the square b3. We put our bishop on d2 in the way in one variation. Well, Levon said, I really want to get my king to b3, so I'm going to play the move king d2, and that move has been featured on the board.
And now Nakamura is on move. It's his 30th move now.
Right. Now, if Hikaru did what I had recommended some moves ago, that is to say, bring his king to c5, he has to be careful in what move order he brings his king to c5. For example, in this move order, you got to be careful that after a bishop e3 check, skewering the a7 pawn, provoking the trade, black just doesn't get into a lost king and pawn endgame. Remember, we've got the outside pass pawn over here, so this is just would be a terrible trick for Hikaru to fall for. He doesn't have to bring his king to c5 quite so quickly. So let's just do this again for a moment. King to d2, king to d6, king to c2, not the move king c5. Black may want to put his pawn on a light square so that it can't be attacked, and then after king b3, only now king c5. Although again, I do like the bishop in such situations where there are pawns on both flanks.
If you had to choose a way to die, it would be with the bishop and not the knight. And by die, I mean draw.
Yeah. I believe that white is the one with the winning chances.
You know, I mentioned Manny Pacquiao earlier and said that I've heard he's a great chess fan. I've even seen a lot of photo evidence of such. And one of our tweeters said that he mostly plays bullet chess online.
Wow,
somehow that does
cool.
not surprise me.
Yeah, well, his fast hands, right?
Bullet chess, yeah, exactly. The hand-eye coordination.
You bet.
Bullet chess is really addictive too, right? It's kind of like the donuts of chess.
Right. Well, I tell you, sometimes you do play bullet chess and you really get into it, and the next thing you know, you just spend an hour. I mean, it goes by that fast. You just hit the repeat button or replay button, and you're playing, and it just it's enthralling.
At what time length do you think that blitz chess ends up becoming instructive? I know it depends on the rating, but my feeling is that you can make even a pretty short control instructive if you look at your openings later, but that 1 minute is way too fast. Way
too fast. I even have a little bit doubts of 3 minute. Basically, my whole life I was raised with 5 minute chess, blitz chess, what we call blitz chess. So it's only recently with the advent of the digital clock, or the Fisher clock, if you will, that time increment has caused all kinds of things like 3 and 2. In the blitz matches, by the way, is it 3 plus 3?
It's 3 and 2, I think.
3 and 2 or 3 and 3?
I thought I saw 3 and 2, but we'll check on that.
Okay, so 3 minutes per side. Each move you make, you get a 2-second bonus. So that's become the prevalent or most
Yes,
used.
3 and 2.
3 and 2. That's become the blitz time control preferred amongst by the top grandmasters. 3 and 2. Cool. So,
Yeah. So what is it about 5 that you love so much?
I don't want to say I love it. It's just that that was what I always played. I mean, it's like
there's something
that's what you
about
do,
it.
right?
Well, the other thing is when you translate anything to online, it's going to feel a little slower. Like a 1-minute bullet game online is going to feel a little more luxurious than a 1-minute game in person because it's harder to physically move the pieces than it is to move it with a mouse.
Right.
So a 5-minute game in person is still pretty crazy.
Right.
But online, people are like, I want faster, faster.
Right, exactly. Because they've got the pre-move
Yeah,
and they're selecting,
exactly.
and you can never make an illegal move online, whereas when you play in person, you know, illegal moves do tend to crop up, of course, and people leave their king in checks and what have you. That doesn't happen online.
Well, we're going to take a break as we reach the conclusion of the second round of a very exciting match, St. Louis Showdown. The same seeing Grandmasters Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian 6 and 7 in the world, and to that spot after yesterday's win. But today looks like it's steering towards a draw. But guess what? They passed move 30 and they haven't agreed to a draw yet. So who knows what's in store, right?
Well, we've seen some moves and some very intriguing idea. I'm not sure it's good by Hikaru. He has this beautiful knight on d5 when we left it. And what we've seen Aronian do is Aronian's making a track with his king to the c4 square. So this knight on d5 was, in a sense, just covering a lot of key squares. Hikaru said, I want to reposition my knight, and he has played, after king c2, knight b4 check, king to b3, which is what Levon wanted, knight to d3 with a fork against the f2 and e3, f2 and c1 bishop. Bishop came to e3, defending the pawn on f2, and eyeballing this pawn on a7. Quickly, Hikaru played a6, and now Levon to play. So after this move, king c3, which I suspect Levon will play, although there is reason to even consider king a4
Marching all the way up there?
to march
And
to grab this pawn on a6, not being terrified or maybe too afraid of g5, trading the f2 pawn for the g5 pawn because it's with check, right?
So it will be into variations like that if you get double-edged indeed.
Oh,
and it does
very
look like we've
double-edged.
seen a couple of moves. No, okay, just king b3.
Well, I'm thinking that in this position, if I were white, I would play the move king c3, okay? So what my idea is as straightforward as it looks. I want to get a passed pawn going ASAP with b4, a4, and b5, and just get that pawn up the board. Now, the only reason Hikaru would put his knight on d3 is he has it in his mind that at some point he's playing for g5 and f4 to remove this bishop or kick this bishop out of the way. But I don't see that as working, and in my view, it's Levon who has the better chances here.
So you think this game might be a grind now, so...
Well, it's still in the, let us say, the throes of a draw, but I'm not sure that Hikaru is actually... He's gotten very optimistic putting that knight on d3 when I thought the knight really needed to remain...
Stay put on b5. Okay, well...
Perfect.
We'll take a look at that. Meanwhile, let's go to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, who has the answer to the problem.
Well, this puzzle is more an attack than just a forces from the king side. If you whenever you see a situation like this, it should just alert you to the fact that there must be something happening on the other side if you can go very quickly. And this bishop on b3 is the main piece to do so. A strong position that Aronian had against Vasily Ivanchuk, and in this position he played the attacking move queen to f4. That's the move you needed to find here. Just simply attacking the f7 square. Very hard to defend this square directly. The rook shifts, e7 is hanging. This rook is already tied down to defense. Bishop to f6 also fails in this position, simply to e5, pawn up to e5. And that was useless because now the bishop is under attack. So he played queen to f4, a monster move, and now e6, trying to block that diagonal this way, but opening up the rank this way. And rook to d7, a bone cruncher. Now f7 is hanging, and how do you defend it? Nothing seems to make sense here. He played the move rook to f8, trying to get this dark squared bishop, trying to appease white, if you will. White was having nothing of it. He played the move rook takes f7. Crunch. That's finished now. That's just not a piece you can tolerate. But after rook takes, he now played queen takes on b8 check. And after king up to h7, bishop takes e6, and the complete demolition of the white pawn, of the black pawn structure was afoot, and nothing to do. He's down now 3 pawns, a bad position to do this to Vasily Ivanchuk, I mean, come on, got to be strong to do that. And of course, Levon Aronian is that strong. This position, test him differently though. This is not an attack, but a subtle end game. We'll see whether or not he can make anything of it. Already down a game in this match. Guys?
Thank you. Thank you, Maurice. Very, very nice, scintillating attack there by Levon Aronian. We've really seen these players at their very, very best. We do have a pair of moves. There was that possibility that Levon may have marched his king up to a5 and gone after the a6 pawn. I thought the move king c3 was correct, and in fact that was Levon's choice as well. And after king c3, we see this move king on e7 to d6 by Hikaru. So what Hikaru is doing is he's preparing the advance of his pawn to g5. A moment ago he couldn't do that because the pawn would be captured with check. So I'm not going to say a key decision, but an important one certainly is now the time to advance the pawn b2, b4, followed by a2, a4, or should we play a little bit more cautiously and first get in the move h4, which puts away any ideas of g5 short term.
Well, I like that idea of playing
h4, just to keep your opponent from doing what they're
intending to do. So if I were to play h6 with the idea of g5, would you just play h5?
Double-edged question.
Yes.
I'm going to answer yes, okay? I'm going to say that it's going to take you quite a while to jump around with your knight to go after my h5 pawn. In
right,
other words,
I need to go to f6, basically.
Right, you're going to go to e5, to g4, to f6, take on h5, but while you're doing all of that, I may go and get a passed pawn myself on the queen side.
We're always going to have to calculate the tactics, because knight e5, you're allowing me to play bishop f4.
Right, so you're going to have to make that routing with your knight, if you will. It's a long way to get there. So I'm actually thinking that after h4, it puts pressure on Hikaru to find the way forwards. I'm not exactly sure.
I don't think he'll play h6 now, unless he thinks h5 is a bad move. No way.
Right, because one of the things, too, once you play h6, you've made your g7 pawn vulnerable. I could go bishop d4 and snap it off. So probably...
Maybe just king d5 or something like that.
Right, a temporizing move like king d5. But in this case, again, now that black's majority on the king side, pardon me, has been held firm, okay, it's time for me to party. b4.
Party.
Yeah, let's get those guys, let's get those doggies moving over on the queen side. b4, and I'm telegraphing my intention of playing a4 and b5, by the way.
Right.
So it's suddenly Hikaru having to come up with something. Now, one of the things you might have considered here, Jen, is doing it in a different way, is that in this position you could have played g6, for example. Let's say I would have played b4. I'm not sure that, yeah, b4 looks like a good move. You could go h6, offering to trade the h6 pawn for the f2 pawn. As white, I would not accept that offer, so to speak. Let's say a2, a4, maybe not the only move, by the way. I just want to say there's something to be suggested for the move a3, with the idea that now that this pawn on b4 is protected, maybe I want to play king d4, right? So, but let's go with the a4. Let's go with g5. So, hg, pardon me, yes, hg, hg. And, okay, here I've got to think, sorry.
So lots of pawns are coming off the board, which should make it easier for black.
Certainly so. Certainly that is the case.
So why not just push?
Exactly. Everybody gets to do what they want to do, and in this case, black gets to play the move f4. Now, as we can see, white at any time that he wants can just play, let me just show you. takes, and make a draw like this. Pardon me.
Right, but you're looking for something. You're looking for something better for white. Basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. I'm looking at the move bishop d4. I suspect that too much stuff has been traded off. I don't think that white has any realistic winning chances here, but on the other hand, okay.
They're going to fight it out.
They're definitely going to play another dozen or so move, for sure. There is a move f2, f3 that Hikaru has to be watchful over. Maybe a move, in this case, like knight e1, with the idea of playing knight f3 and e3. That should be a draw whenever black gets his king to b7, by the way. King and bishop and pawn versus king knight. And he has
played h4,
h4,
right.
which we expected.
Well, it's a very grandmaster move also, right?
Well, it's
H4,
just like...
You've seen a lot of endgames.
Right. And it's just one of those moves that you know your opponent wants to use his kingside majority. So you just say, no, you can't have that. I'm going to take that away from you. And this bishop on e3, that's why we like bishops in endings. They control lots of squares on open boards.
That's right. So now Nakamura under a little bit of pressure.
The time, and as far as the moves number concerned, is time a factor at all? I don't think so. 18 minutes for Hikaru.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time. No issues whatsoever. Okay, so we were looking, pardon me, our main line was g6, g6, b4. Now let me just take that move back for a moment and try to see.
And I think g6 was played, so this slow build up to get h6 and g5 in, get some counterplay is really important.
Right, so that has been our main move.
And also to trade some stuff off to make it closer to the split point.
Exactly. So, okay, I've got a different idea. I don't think it's going to really change the outcome. b4, h6, a different idea is, let's say, king c4. Let's say g5 now. Yeah, I mean, you got to go. You got to go. g5. I'm going to take this fellow. Take. I'm going to take this fellow. Knight takes. Now, I've given you, white has given black the passed e3 pawn, but I'm just wondering if I can be clever with establishing a passed a pawn. I don't think, no, now it's the wrong bishop. Pardon me, you could just go knight here if black wants to make a, oops, I did it in the wrong move order. I beg your pardon. If black wants to make a draw, king c7, let's say check, let's say here, let's say here, black can just simply capture this pawn and be down because we've got the wrong.
And it's not possible to make progress once that black king successfully enters the corner.
Right.
It will blockade the pawn, and any attempt for you to squeeze the king out will just lead to stalemate.
Exactly.
So a theoretical draw.
Right. So unfortunately for Levon, just not.
You don't see a lot of chances, even though optically, obviously, you prefer the bishop.
Right. One more look. Instead of the move b4, I'm going to try to trick Hikaru for a moment. Let's say b3. And here I don't think you should go that. I don't think Hikaru should go play the move h6.
H6, why not?
Because the difference here is that with my pawn no longer under attack, I want to play the move king d4, and I'm going to try to undermine black structure in the center with this move g5. So this is my great big trick.
Right, I thought you were thinking about undermining perhaps with f3.
Also the same idea.
Yeah.
f2, f3, this kind of thing.
Yeah, although usually you're going to have f4 here. So.
Right, that was why.
Yeah.
No, that's not right. Pardon me. If we go f3, f4, I still have that. Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. So that's my trick. The problem with my trick is it's a really shamefacedly a simple one to stop. black plays king d5 to prevent white from playing king d4. And then I have no better moves than b4, a4, b5 anyway.
Right.
So still quite even, I would say, even though I thought that Hikaru
had easier ways to go about it.
Yeah, and I thought it was a little bit, well, very optimistic, and we know that's true of both players, by the way. Their strengths and weaknesses, their boundless optimism in all kinds of positions. And Hikaru's knight d3 was definitely what I would call risk-taking.
Well, that's what we like, right?
That's what we like, yes indeed. So, we're back here. We think b4 is the main move. We think h6 is the main move. And we think that after both players achieve what they want, that we end up in a situation that is simply drawn.
Right, exactly. That's a problem with too many pieces flying off the board, that even when you get what you want, it might not be enough.
Exactly, exactly so. And this is certainly appears to be one of those cases. However, I could show one trick at least. How about the move bishop here? Oh, it doesn't even work. Oh, darn. So my threat is f3. That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, okay, so let's see. Oh, and we have a move, by the way.
We do have a move in the game?
So you're trying to play f3 here?
I am.
So I can try to play. I don't know, what did you think the defense was here? So.
I was just going to go knight e1, funnily enough. Just get the knight out of the idea of f2, f3. And the point was that you didn't have to worry about bishop check because the king squeezes, so there was no skewer. And
he did play b4, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm sure he struggled over this move b4 because
he sees this idea of g5, obviously.
Obviously, and he
and
he also sees that if his winning chances exist, it has to exist with getting an active king. And when you play the move b4, you're giving up these ideas of king d4 with these undermining ideas. So we've been looking at h6 as the main move, a4 here, takes, and okay, let's say it's the last round of a major open tournament. We're playing for first place, and white absolutely has to win.
Perhaps like the World Championship in a few days of
For example, there's something to be said for moving the bishop at once, with the idea after after f4, g4, with the idea that, okay, I'm taking a risk that I might end up losing the game, but the point is I have to keep as much stuff on the board as I can.
That's right.
And I do want to play the move f2, f3 to try to scare you. I think this is not going to work. Put simply, it's not going to work, but maybe there's more chances to
but
get your opponent.
This is not a must-win for Levon. It's not like the World Championship where in the final round Anand really is a must-win situation.
Exactly. They have two games to go.
There's a few rating points at stake, but it's $1 million and it's the World Championship title.
Absolutely.
So in that game we might see some things like this, but here I think that Aronian, if he doesn't see any legitimate chances, he won't go for anything too risky. I mean, we saw that yesterday. He did choose a slightly less risky line.
Right. That was the point. That happened to him yesterday, and it really does mess up players. At a certain moment in the game, you're unsure about what result you're playing for. I'm sure at a certain moment he thought that he was playing for the edge, and then as his clock really ticked down, he decided it was time to play for a draw. And he got surprised by a number of moves, including b4, including rook f6, and so forth.
Now let's take a look at the GM and IM tournament, which has just begun, or is actually going to start in just a few minutes. So some of the players in the making a couple months ago at the Sinquefield Cup, where Fabiano Caruana turned in a historic result. Will we see another historical event here with Sam Sevian breaking the record of Ray Robson for the youngest grandmaster in history?
In the history of American chess, right?
In the history of American chess,
yes.
Exactly. The youngest American grandmaster. If he wins tonight, that's it. And if he draws today and wins tomorrow morning, that should be it too.
Yes.
So this is going to be one to watch. And of course, a lot of other exciting games going on as well. We see Levon Bergazzi, the victim from last round against Sam Sevian, is getting set up for his game. He goes to UTD. I mean, Texas, UMBC, right?
Right.
And we have
Sammy
Shoker going, who is a Texas graduate.
Right, exactly.
Right. And
by the way, a shout out to Alex Onishuk and Al Texas Tech. I mean, they host events, and the number of scholarships, really giving young men and young women great opportunities for higher education. Really fantastic work.
it's awesome. And then you see these guys in their time off, they're peppering our open tournaments and making them more exciting. And
exactly.
Just, it's really exciting to have all that youthful energy. You saw that at the Millionaire Chess Open, where two Webster students were facing off in the final. It's so awesome.
And the weird part about that the finals in the Millionaire Open is that Ray Robson and Wesley So used to be dorm mates. Like they would play chess every morning, every evening against each other. The blitz board would come out, and suddenly, your dorm roommate, and you were suddenly playing, $1 million final. It was Millionaire Monday, I think it was what they.
Right, Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield, who's the co-founder of the club with the Rex, was joking. Chess is getting so strong in St. Louis that you could be 2,700 and not even the best player in your dorm.
I know. That's really outrageous, isn't it? Because of Wesley, right?
Because Wesley's there too.
No, I remember this wonderful moment. We were having lunch together, Susan Polgar, myself, and a large number of the Webster chess team. So we're walking back to her car, and there's like 12 of us, including her son, Tom. And Tom looks around and he says, "Do you guys realize I'm the only non-grandmaster on the street?" I just thought that was hilarious, like you're with a dozen people and he was the only non-grandmaster.
Yeah, it can happen in St. Louis, and Maurice, of course, had a chance to get to know Wesley much better at the Millionaire Chess Open, which Wesley So won. I was thrilled to see that because, well, it's not just that I was playing favorites, but it's great that to see Wesley and Ray in the final because both of them are, such great ambassadors for the game. Combining academics and chess. It's just great to see. Maurice, what was it like, Wesley So, when he won the title?
Well, he was exuberant, and it was really funny to see Wesley and Ray before the matches when they had to play against the Chinese players. They were supporting each other. They were smiling. They were on the same team. And of that in the fact that they still were friendly, they still were going to be cool to each other, but Wesley knew it was time to take care of business and make that money, and he did in great fashion in his last game. So it was definitely a thing to watch. It's something special for me, having seen history in the making. But of course, I had to hear it from the St. Louis crowd that, St. Louis was the one that came and took home the money. Couldn't argue with that. They definitely deserved it.
Very good.
Yeah, cool to see. I love that photo of him smiling, grinning with his kids fist pumping in the air in the track. That's cool.
Mm. And also a big shout out to Wesley So, for those of you who are living in the St. Louis area, and at least in the United States, and the United States Chess League, the St. Louis Archbishops for the first time made it to the semifinals, and then they qualified in overtime to the finals against the Miami Sharks, and it was thanks to the efforts of Wesley So.
Right, on
both
first
in the
board.
match and in the gauntlet, he won the final spot for St. Louis. And Wesley's had a phenomenal run in the U.S. Chess League, if I'm not mistaken. He's played in more than 6 matches, and he's won every match. Every game he played, pardon me.
So yeah, check it out. United States Chess League. They're on Facebook, they're on Twitter, and you can find all about and root for the St. Louis team.
If you're from St. Louis, if you're from Dallas, I think that's their opponents.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
I figure, we got a lot of St. Louis lovers watching.
Yeah, we're
our
kind of
broadcast.
surrounded at the moment. Yes, that's fair enough. And by the way, Hikaru, since this move B2, B4 has been played, he's gone into the tank, and we haven't seen the move H7, H6 that we've been expecting, going into dissolving the pawns, going into that drawn position. He's looking deeply into the position. Either he's seeing a ghost, that is to say he's worried that H7, H6 isn't drawing,
Or he's triple checking.
or he's got it in his mind that he should be the one playing for an advantage, and he's thinking that, how did I let my opponent escape? I don't know what's going through his head at the moment, but we'll have to ask him hereafter.
We will find out pretty soon.
And Maurice has some thoughts he'd like to share. Maurice.
Just looking back in this position, remember the position we saw Black was doing really well, and now you're looking at it and it's White who's thinking about doing something. That should never have happened in this game. It doesn't seem logical. Right at this moment after Queen C2, we saw a trade, and then the move C3. This says, I'm liquidating. Bishop takes, Rook takes, Rook takes, Bishop takes, doing well so far. And then this move came, Rook to E1, attacking the Bishop. Now, it's a lot of places this Bishop could go to. Almost any square it goes to is fine. He chose C4, which allowed the next move to happen. That is, after Bishop to E3, this Bishop to C4, this nice move, Knight to E3, couldn't capture the pawn because of Rook A1 and then taking here. I mean, actually he could, but then he has to deal with his passed B pawn. So let's assume that's too annoying. But you have to wonder right here in this position why he didn't choose any other square for his bishop. Yasser, you really like the square F3, so bishop to F3 was definitely a move here. The computer approves. In this position also, the bishop could have gone back to A6 and recirculate to this diagonal. Another move, the computer says, just fine for Black. Black would have maintained the opposite colored bishops, would have been under absolutely no pressure, great rook on the file. Everything is just hunky-dory. In this position, he chose bishop to C4, and now knight to E3, attacking his bishop, and it kind of made his bishop a little embarrassed, like, why did you go there in the first place? So he decided that he's going straight for a draw with this move, knight to D5, knight takes C4. Now, even here, he could take on C3. Another dynamic position. Knight takes on C3 in this position, and after pawn takes, play this endgame. Now, Black's rook is very active. His king can come in very easily, and the pawns push. Kind of hard to see White winning this position as well. He didn't go for that. Instead, he allowed the most imbalance and probably improbable imbalance on the board. I'm jumping moves. Knight takes C4, rook takes C4, and suddenly the position had the flavor of bishop versus knight. You never would have guessed this coming out of the opposite colored bishop position. The way it happened had to be unusual, the way this exchange took place. And now he's under some pressure, light pressure. Clearly the position is more or less even, and he should be able to draw this one. But we have to be surprised that Hikaru even chose this route in the first place. Maybe he thought, you know what, whatever I do is going to be a draw. Move 36, and he's looking a little bit perturbed, and he has only 6 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock to make his next 4 moves. Of course, he gets 30-second increments, so it's more like 8.5 minutes, but it's not what it used to be, for sure, not nearly as easy, and it's clear Levon is trying to win this game. Guys?
Right. Well, this is remarkably, this seems like the same type of a turnaround that we witnessed yesterday. Edge with Black, squandered it away, and then it was Hikaru in the driver's seat. Here, again, it seems like the player with the white pieces has outplayed their opponent. But I still think, and Maurice, if you could just, is this line with H7, H6 the correct way for black to say, okay, I want to shut you down and just make a draw? How does the computer assess that move?
Well, the computer doesn't think it's necessarily the best move in the position after the move F3, looking to now undermine this knight and, of course, pressuring this pawn on H6. It still thinks the game is fairly even. Its calculations are not going too far, but it definitely likes white here, this move F3. And now the pawn is indeed hanging after this capture on this square. So you could try to play sharply with G5, which is a little bit crazy. You would drop a pawn in this line, but you might still be able to hold the draw. But this move F3, Yaz, F3, we might have to look at a little bit carefully to see that you don't end up in some trouble.
Thank you so much, Maurice. Yeah. Well, we were trying to get these F3, G4 undermining the knight support, because remember, this knight was sitting on D5 for a very long time. It went to D3 where, well, because of just such a move as F2, F3, it could be undermined. So I guess in view of that thought, more like King D5, and again, if white is trying to do something, F2, F3, once again. And, well, I had asked a while ago if you thought that Hikaru clock, at that moment, Hikaru had 18 minutes, and Jen, you were like, nah, he's got plenty of time. Well, he's just burned through about 13 of those.
18 can turn to 5.
18 can turn to 5. And again, it's 4 moves left before they get their second bonus on the time control.
Now, let's take a quick look at Sam Sevian, who's getting set up to play his critical and potentially historic round here at the St. Louis Chess Club. There he is. Against I am Gorovitz, and let's see, I mean, if he keeps playing the way he has been, it's going to be worth watching. And hey, look
in the building.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's trying to him. We're stalking him. Now he's going to a place where we can't even stalk him anymore. But the funny thing about Sam Sevian is that he played a very famous game against my brother. It wasn't a rated game. It wasn't in a real chess competition.
But it was famous.
It was at a U.S. chess school session, and during one of the breaks, they just played a 5-minute game, and somehow it has 1 million YouTube views.
No way.
At the time, Sam was not an IM. He was 10-year-old at the time.
Oh, that's why.
But he was still obviously really good.
Of course.
But he was lower rated than Greg, who's a strong international master, particularly good at blitz.
Right.
Guess who won?
The 10-year-old.
Of course.
Of course.
That's why you get 1 million YouTube views.
Exactly.
Right.
You don't get them because Greg, taught a 10-year-old. No, you get them because, and that's what you got up on your screen.
Right, exactly. You guys can Google it real easily. Shahade and Sevian, and you can find it. And that's on Elizabeth Spiegel's YouTube channel, actually. And Greg has a pretty popular YouTube channel as well these days. He's constantly putting up little clips.
1 million views. Wow.
Yeah, pretty incredible.
Right. And oh, by the way, I mean,
St. Louis YouTube. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I was going to say a shout out to Greg, because I've actually been on 2 occasions, I believe, at the chess school that had the summer camp that he does, and he gets some unbelievably talented kids. I actually got scared. Luke Harmon was in one of the camps, and I was like, man, these guys are
Jeffrey
really
good.
Jeffrey Chong. He was in one of the camps that I did.
A Wander Liang, yeah.
Oh, he's
Can't forget about
amazing
him.
as well.
Yeah.
So definitely.
I was in the all-girls one earlier this summer that was held here at the St. Louis Chess Club, and one of the attendees there was just on the cover of Chess Life magazine, Annie Wang, for beating Irina Krush's record to be the youngest national master in U.S. history. So these youngsters beating records shows that we really have an incredible future in American chess. And
it's bright, yep.
I think a lot of that credit goes to, I mean, it's a complicated combination of forces and good things happening, but a lot of it is happening right here in St. Louis.
True. These
youngsters dream of being the U.S. chess champion or U.S. women's champion, and they know that it's going to be run beautifully.
Yes, Absolutely, that's exactly right, and not just Greg's chess camp, but also many summer camps happen across the United States in all kinds of different places that you wouldn't expect, but also here, of course, in St. Louis. There's several summer camps for kids, really talented and just normal kids, not normal kids, not aliens, with genius level IQs.
We have Kasparov working with the best kids in the country. That's the Young Stars program. So you're all over the map. You're teaching kids chess who've never played before in the schools in St. Louis, and you're also coaching the most talented kids, and that's what we love to see.
Exactly. And by the way, we do have some moves. Levon is actually implementing his idea, which he had from ages ago, which is he wants to create a pass pawn on the queen side. So we have had this move before. After quite some thought, leaving him with just 3 minutes on the clock, Hikaru stepped up with his king because he did not want to see white activating his king. So this is a good move, but it's more of a defensive reaction than anything. Levon advanced his pawn, so he's getting all set to make a pass pawn. And then Hikaru, who, remember, put his knight on d3, said, maybe my knight's not so great on d3, and has dropped back with knight e5. So now the
knight e5 in a very quick response by Levon, playing b5.
Well, exactly. You got to get that. If there's any way of winning from White's point of view, he's got to get his pass pawn going. So there he goes.
That's right. And we still have a few moves, 3 moves left for Nakamura to make. And notice that he does only have 2.5 minutes. So of course he can easily make the time control, but he can't go into a super deep thing.
That's right. Well, he's lucky, by the way, that he gets to make a quick capture.
But I don't think he did. I feel like I just saw the move a5.
a5.
That's very unusual now, isn't it? Because
wow,
when you play a5, you're weakening that pawn. I don't understand that. That seems like the exact opposite of what we teach people. When you're a little behind in the endgame, you want to make trades. Why can't we just
a5?
I don't understand that.
That's a shocker.
That looks like a terrible move. I mean,
it does.
There's got to be some tactical reason from it, because from a positional perspective, it looks absolutely heinous. Because
You're
not
putting
only
a pawn on a dark
are we
square,
not trading, but we're also putting it on a dark square, which is exactly where our bishop is.
Which makes it vulnerable to a bishop. Absolutely.
And allows for kind of Zugzwang type positions. Like you can imagine, we're attacking the pawn with a bishop, and your knight is defending it, and eventually you have to move the knight, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe to his credit, it's hard to say, at this exact moment, maybe to his credit, he was worried that after AB, he saw an opportunity for White to maybe crawl in with his king and support the pawn. But this move, A5, under time trouble, that's a huge decision.
I mean, is that a corollary to the H5 that Levon played yesterday?
A howler? I mean,
H5 yesterday
was really bad.
Although the weird thing, the thing about H5 is you could see why somebody who had very little time might play it, because you had to see a couple moves ahead to see how horribly weak G6 would be.
Exactly.
Whereas A5, it seems that there must be a tactical justification, because obviously there's no secret. It just looks positionally bankrupt. There's no
So
there's no So what do you think is maybe he's thinking that A4 in some variation is.
Well, first of all, I have to recalibrate everything I was thinking about earlier, because this is a really I'm stunned.
Yes, when I saw it on the webcam, when I saw on the camera
that he didn't play
take on B5, I was just like, wait a second. So maybe there was a reason he didn't take on B5. He saw something there.
Well, that was what I was thinking, that maybe he was fearful that White's king could go to B4 and A5 and maybe perhaps support the B pawn. So he wanted to stop that by playing the move A5, so White's king is passive.
You could have usually put your knight on C4 to prevent the king from coming.
True.
But maybe he could have gained it
he could have gained a tempo at some point.
Right. Well, let's see the direct move. Okay. After the move a5, encouraging the bishop to go after the pawn with the direct bishop b6.
Although we don't have to immediately, we could do it later. But now you must play knight c4, right?
Only move. And now what I'm trying to do is figure out if I can set up some kind of a zugzwang. Probably I'm going to have a hard time doing that.
And we do have bishop to b6 has been played.
Bishop b6, that's obviously the most forcing move. And then knight c4, everything else will drop the a5 pawn. And then, by the way, knight on c4 would attack the bishop. Now we could play a Tsuji move with, pardon me, let me just take this move back for a second. Okay, excuse me. I'm going to refresh my board. Maybe I'm not going to refresh my board. I apologize. Bear with me a second, everybody, as I...
Oops.
There we go. Okay, so knight c4, attacking the bishop, defending the pawn, bishop to c7, and now the knight and king, black's knight and king, are tethered to one another, right? So I'm thinking king c5, right? You tell me if I'm... Keep me on my toes here, Jen.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit of a wild move. I'm going to play h5.
Okay, you're playing h5, and what if I just ignore it?
Okay. Here's my point, though. If you take, this is what I'm having in mind, I want to play b6, okay? I want you to take, I'm going to take, and I'm going to transpose into a king and pawn endgame, 2 pawns down, but I'm hoping to be able to gobble up a lot of pawns.
All right, and
maybe this is risky for me.
Well, maybe I could play h4 and get out of this jam.
I don't know if you have to or not. It's just a weird king and pawn endgame kind of a race.
But a lot of calculation that Nakamura has to do to play the move a5. But
right.
Like you said, maybe he thought that after takes on b5, the king was coming to a5. But a very surprising positional decision.
Oh, big time, big time. I mean,
obviously supported by concrete variations. Maybe from the think that he took a couple moves ago. But he must have analyzed a lot of variations and thought for some reason that takes b5 was risky, because in a blitz game, Nakamura would never play that. It violates his innate positional sense, right?
Yes, of all of us. So he saw something in the position, whether it was ghost or otherwise, that scared him away from normal moves.
Indeed. And Maurice, what do you think about all these developments? Is this still going to be an easy draw for Naka? And why did he play a5?
Well, I am equally surprised as you guys, but looking at this position, the math seems to work out just fine in Black's favor, and it's based on the simple endgame principles that he is trying to say is ironclad here. If you take a look at this move, bishop to b7, knight to c4, and now play the move bishop to c7. I tried to make bishop a5 work. The computer said that's garbage. Don't even look at it. But bishop to c7, king to c5. And now what he's saying is you can never really create any zugzwang for me here. That is, my knight can always stay here, or my king can shuffle back and forth. Your bishop can stay on the pawn, yes, but you can't guard the pawn and guard c5 simultaneously. That's where the zugzwang would come in, because Black always has these two moves. That's the point. He just wants to be able to play king c5, king c6. If he can always play these two moves, then White is not going to make any progress. And so that's the challenge here. Can White do anything at all in this position? White might want to lose a move here, for example. So let's get here. Maybe White will play bishop down to d8. And if you play the move king here, now play bishop c7 with the hope that if king d5, maybe you could push forward like this. And now this seems like it's making progress, because you can't take the pawn on b6 and you can't play king to c6 either. The problem is this stupid knight is ready to come back and stop that. And now he's going to come back to c6. Your king is just way too long trying to get after these pawns. And the black king is going to go back, and then the knight's going to go back and rip this pawn off. everything seems to be fine for black because there's no easy Zugzwang positions. Even the H5 demonstration, yes, you have to really be careful with that move as well because black does have counterplay in this line. After H5, black can take, and if you go to try to get your king that way, he'll say, go right ahead. I'm going to come up the center, and then I'll come this way with king to D4, mind you, and this looks quite good for him. You have to go after this pawn while he's going after your F2 pawn, so that's just fine for black as well. So it looks as though Nakamura has looked very deeply into the structure and said it's just simple mathematics. You cannot make me move off my C4 square and leave C5 as well. Your bishop is just a weak piece. It only guards 32 dark squares. Guys?
Only 32 dark
That's right.
squares.
Well, one of the things the artists were pointing out in the video interview with Grandmaster Van Feingold, they said, I like the knight because it can go to any square. And it's like, okay, that's true.
That's true.
That's true of every piece but the pawn and the bishops. You never thought of it that way before, huh?
No, I really haven't. No. I was reading a children's book where the author was describing the bishop as a piece that's a prisoner of 32 squares. I never thought of the bishop as a prisoner of 32. Yeah. So bishop d8 has been played, and to Maurice's line that he showed a moment ago, and let's just take a deeper, closer look at that one, because that could that's a fun one. We're looking at king c5, bishop c7, king d5, b6, and as Maurice described it, that stupid knight, it gets back in time. But let's just have some fun. The nice part about being commentators, we can take our blunders back. The players cannot. And once we get here, let's just see what would happen if we go crazy and we go marching down the board. Now here, black has to make a judgment. I think he's going to have to go after the f2 pawn, which is a bit far away.
By
as opposed
you mean calculate the position itself.
Yeah, calculate the position. Should you go
The
after the
very
a4
end,
pawn,
yeah.
or should you go after the f2 pawn? We can calculate both. That's the nice one. You go here, I think white is way too fast. I'm just pushing my pawn before I get a queen way ahead of you're getting a queen.
I think we saw something like this in a Bobby Fischer movie, Searching for Bobby Fischer.
Right, yeah, tuck, 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 tuck. Okay.
Similar, except the king was on c3 and white was one move behind.
So we get this position. This is again from bishop d8, king c5, bishop c7, and so on.
Look at that close-up of Nakamura's face, thinking, making sure that everything is cool. He has gotten his 30-minute bonus. He's shaking his head a little.
No, he's
he doesn't
concerned.
expect it to be this difficult.
Well, that move a5, wow. By the way,
and look at that face.
Have we made time control?
Eye roll.
I see the bonus on the clock.
Yes,
so.
I think we have. We've made time control. We've made 40 moves. King c5 was the 40th move for Nakamura.
And we're getting this king and pawn endgame, by the way, very forcing. Sorry, this is the current position. King c5, bishop c7, as Maurice pointed out. King d5, knight d6, take it, and we're going to go for the run. Now, what black has to do is not play that. I think black has to try to get his own passer going by maybe playing king d4. King takes, king here, king takes. Oh my God, this is just not even close. I just take everything. Yeah. Nakamura's lost. Hikaru's just lost. This is all a very forcing position.
This is just totally forced, huh?
Yeah, totally forced. It's right here. Bishop d8.
It's black's move.
King c5 has been played. Bishop c7. The knight can't move because the a pawn gets snapped off the board.
Right, we can't move the knight.
You can't move. Well, you can move your pawns, but that's. And we were looking at king d5.
Play h6.
Right. Well, maybe he has to because everything else is.
So how does white waste to move after h6? Can you just play?
Well, for example, after h6, I'll attack your pawn on h6. Thanks.
Okay, h5.
Okay, well then we're right back into the exact same ending as a moment ago. and you made your pawn on h6, it's easier for me to grab your g6 pawn, is what I'm saying. I want to say. So it's you made it closer. Yeah.
So basically, you're saying I have no moves except king d5 ultimately.
Right.
Like I have to play king d5 at some point.
Precisely.
Because if I move my knight, I lose my pawn, and
you can't move your king to any other square. You can't move. Maybe you can play e3 and do something, but again, just this king and pawn endgame, the straightforward.
And what if we play knight b6?
Pardon me, at what moment?
And in the initial position. So another lost king and pawn endgame.
Oh, for sure.
Totally lost.
Yeah, that one we don't even have to calculate.
Yeah,
we just got to
protect
protect
the protected pass pawn
on the
makes
outside.
it,
Yeah, yeah. That one is the easiest.
So king d5, e6, knight d6.
So this is just dead loss, and that's the thing about king and pawn endgames. There's no going back, right?
Well, the problem is that Nakamura unfortunately made a critical decision when he didn't have a lot of time.
You described it very well. When Levon was in time pressure and he lashed out with that catastrophic move h5, and we went, oh my gosh, he's losing the f7 pawn and then he's going to lose his g6 pawn thanks to the pawn moving to h5. Well, we were really shocked by Hikaru's a5 decision. That seemed impulsive,
very
under
risky,
time trouble.
Even if you think that you see a variation that leads it to a draw, what if you're wrong?
Exactly. There's no, you can't say like, okay, I'll still fight my way out of it.
Yeah.
No? It's like you're there, you're done, and at some point I got to turn over to Maurice because I don't see a defense. I mean,
wow, yeah, we're getting him set up as well, but this is just looking. We can understand why Nakamura is making these faces now.
Well, now he realizes because I was worried about the Zugzwang. My initial move, bishop c1, bishop c7 was wrong, but the move bishop d8 to lose a tempo, that was the key point, was that, and Levon will realize that he was gifted this game.
Price was just looking at its faces, and if this game goes the way that we are expecting it to, the match will be 1-1.
4-4, be serious.
Right, 4-4, right. 4-4 using our scoring, and that would mean that these guys have had 7 decisive games in a row, if we count the 960 games.
Right. Well, did the draw come in game 1?
Yep.
And then they had
5 decisive games, black won every game.
That's wild. Oh my gosh. Well, I could well imagine from the positions a 1-1 result, but I could never imagine that they came from decisive victories. I would thought from the positions we've seen in this match that both games would have been drawn, and Levon just kind of wondering what's going on in this match. Both players making horrendous mistakes while under time trouble, though.
Strategic errors. It is great because it's so hard to illustrate this kind of thing, but just put those two positions side by side and say, be careful about making your pawn's target in the endgame, right?
Oh, big time.
A5 and H5, it's a poster.
Well, you said it very well yourself. You teach your kids. Don't do that. Don't put the pawns on the color of your opponent's bishop, because then the bishop gets to attack them.
Yes, it was true in last game too, H5, right?
Right.
So it wasn't really H5, it was G6, but same principle.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Maurice, what do you think of these shocking developments here? I mean, A5 was way more shocking than H5, don't you think?
Absolutely, and it's hilarious because the computer crashed at the moment this position happened. We've been spending the last five to 10 minutes trying to get the computer back online. It's like, what are these guys doing? It doesn't even want to analyze this stuff. A5 has turned out to be a howler. This maneuver that you pointed out, Yaz, the key move being to take the knight on d6. It's agreeing this is going to cost a piece in this position after king to d5, b6. The only move, it's funny because at knight d6, it still doesn't realize that the game is a win yet as it's calculating in the beginning. And then give it a few seconds and it says, oh, no, wait a minute. I can just take this knight and you're going down in flames. So this move wins on the spot. It's over. Now, the other option, there's some fighting chances that he may try to wriggle out, may have to try after h6, the move bishop f4, that maybe he can play this move. knight back to b6. But that doesn't help in this position because of the simple bishop to e3 check. Oops, there goes that guy. And the king runs to the other side, and that's just winning. So that's not a choice. The other choice, though, more accurately for black, or, well, trying to be more tenacious, is to move the king off that square, give away this pawn, and now play knight to b6. Unfortunately, king to b3 is in the position, and that's it. He's guarded this pawn, and the bishop, like a laser, is going to come back to e3 and cause all kinds of madness. It looks as though the position is just simply busted. Shocking blunder yesterday, shocking blunder today under pressure. But this one was a studied blunder. He thought that he had worked it all out with this idea of a5 and the fact that it couldn't be any zugzwang. And actually the most basic zugzwang took place. Exactly what you need to do. Bishop d8, bishop c7, and suddenly you have no moves. Really surprising endgame mistake on Hikaru's part, and he just has to be devastated right now. Like, this is completely ridiculous to take a position that couldn't have been more drawn. Remember, we talked about the idea of playing bishop to b7 earlier in the game. You could put bishop a6 instead of putting the bishop on c4. Why allow this imbalance? He lazily allowed it, and then he miscalculated this position. He's going to be in a sour mood after this round. But we're going to be happy. The score's tied 1-1. But still, pretty stunning development here today.
Indeed. Very instructive, though, as well. So,
well, as much as we like victories, and everybody does, of course, we want the victories to be a result of really, really brilliant, stellar play.
Hey, speak for yourself. Some of us love to see blood and sadness and tears. No.
We love on the chessboard. That's what we want.
No, Yasser does look. Yasser loves chess so much that when somebody makes a bad move, he looks like he's going to cry sometimes.
Yeah, it's painful for me to watch.
Yeah,
it's like, avert your eyes, children. No, but this one, like yesterday, just, you know, a few subtle bad decisions. I'm still kind of shocked that Hikaru transferred his knight from d5, where it looked terrific, to d3, where it was actually more vulnerable than doing anything. And then to play the move a5, that was, whoa, you don't see, not these guys, I mean, something happened there. Hikaru saw a ghost in the position. That's how I can explain it.
Well, we will find out later. And meanwhile, let's take a look at Sam Sevian, who had a nice draw. I mean, I know at this level, this age, you know, they're playing for a win with either color, but still, it's kind of cool that Sevian started the tournament with 3 out of 4 whites, because you see the way he plays with white.
Right.
I mean, those 2 games that Maurice showed, he plays Theory, he plays Sharp, he plays to Crush, and playing white in this game, where if he wins, he gets the GM title. Pretty sweet indeed.
The great thing is he doesn't even have to win, though, guys. That's what's great, right? Because he has plenty of rounds to go. Right. So he's not on any heavy pressure.
No.
For us, it's great. We get to watch. We get to see history in the making. It happens now, especially on an off day from the World Championship match, where that could be clinched tomorrow. So it was just great to see it happen now. But he's not under that much pressure to win today because he has a whole tournament to play. But I know how it is when you're one step away from the GM title. You just want to grab that sucker and run out the door. So I think that he will go for it. His opponent, on the other hand, knows that he's had 3 scintillating victories. Imagine you're watching this kid play this kind of chess in the first 3 rounds. You're thinking, I don't want to be the next victim.
So you play the Sicilian, a super sharp line of the Sicilian.
I don't know if he wanted to do this. That does look a little bit scary. Against this young phenom. So we will see how this goes. And they both look really tense, actually. It's pretty serious right now. And I don't think Sam wants to be seen at all on camera. Right. He's like, get that camera out my face. What's your problem?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to get used to it, kid.
But by the way, the contrast between the 2 players and their motivations can be more different. There's Sam, you know, history in the making. Everybody's rooting for him. And now there's his opponents sitting across the board and saying, well, I play this wonderful game of chess, and everybody's out here watching me but not because of me. It's because of my opponent,
But they're
right?
hoping for a really interesting game, right?
No,
Good
they're not.
story.
They're hoping for Sam to get clinch his GM title. And
Either way.
We want a vicious, amazing, wild, attacking game where Sam crushes the guy.
Well, there you go.
Exactly.
Like, that's what we want. And
Well,
that he becomes a trivia question for the rest of time.
Right.
So,
and the
Well,
counterbalance.
until the next one.
Right, exactly. But the counterbalance to all of that is this fellow comes in and with the black pieces crushes Sam off the board, and everybody hates his guts.
No.
How could you beat a poor little 13-year-old?
No, they
Oh,
won't. They understand.
Of course, it's competition.
actually, there are a lot of people out there who would be happy if he beat Sam and be like, yeah, he beat up on the kid, and they'll be yucking it. Chess players aren't necessarily always nice people when it comes to.
We can be
we
cruel.
We like blood either way works.
Oh, this is just a beautiful shot, though. We see another game at a Kozian, and some of the famous chess players there on the wall. I'm liking Sam's posture there, but yeah, that Sicilian, I think it's going to be quite exciting.
Oh,
It's
without
like
question. I mean, yeah.
I don't think, if we can look at that board again, I don't think.
He went
his
king
opponent-
F2, dropped his rook on
Take
A1.
the rooks. And of course, in the sharpest lines of the Sicilian, we're always trying to castle queen side, so that'll be a big question and kind of determine just how sharp this game might be.
Exactly.
But let's take a look back at our game for the St. Louis Showdown. Has Nakamura found any chances here?
Well,
Or is
he's
he just stewing?
He's been stewing in the current position after bishop d8, king c5, bishop c7. I think he's realized that there's an oopsie daisy.
Oh, that's for sure. We saw that.
And he's now thinking about the move that h7, h6, because he realizes that king d5, b6 just goes. That's it. So he's looking at that line that Maurice, I'll get it right, Maurice showed, which was h6, bishop dropping back, king moving, bishop grabbing a pawn, happily, knight coming back, and he's probably wondering,
Do I have some counterplay here? Yeah.
or even do I have to resign? What can I do? But there's no real choice. He's going to have
not
to
gonna
give
resign,
up.
no.
No, and he's not going to go into that king and pawn endgame because that unfortunately is
doesn't
trivial.
He's not known for resigning really early, so I think he'll at least play a few moves for sure.
Well, he's going to not gambit the pawn, he's going to sacrifice the pawn in order to try to get a position like this, where he's hoping that after a move like something might suddenly give him a wildly optimistic hope that he could go king to d4 and somehow hold the position. But no, I think the damage has been done, I'm afraid. The protected pass pawn on b5 should be
That's what we like.
enough.
That's what we like. It was protected past pawns, right?
Protected pass pawns. They're a good friend of all grandmasters and good chess players. We love our protected pass pawns, but it is really remarkable. If we could just step back and just try to fathom what on earth it was about this specific position that caused Hikaru to go into that panic.
More head shaking. Look at that. Look at his face. Just does not seem.
I'm not seeing it, frankly. I don't see why Hikaru was so fearful of this passed b pawn at the moment.
And you see his relaxed opponent, Levon, just kind of probably inwardly quite excited.
Without question, Levon is fully cognizant of the fact that he's just been gifted a very important point that allows him to climb back into the match. And we've all been there. We've all made horrible, horrendous mistakes, but this one same color as your opponent's bishop. I thought that he was going to find a death-defying exception to the rule. Not true, not true. And Maurice, your thoughts, please, share.
Well, this just goes back to that same position we discussed earlier when he had this chance, and I'm really shocked at this kind of mistake at this level. When he had this chance of where to put this bishop, we talked about him putting it on c4. This kind of bishop opposite color endgame position would be so easy just to move the bishop to a square like f3 and just take over the long diagonal, and you never have any imbalances or the imbalance that is inferior for you. It's always going to be fine. d5 is dominated forever. There's no way to break that down. It's easy. This is an easy draw. This is move 22. They would have played 8 moves and no issues at all. The only worry you can have is if there's an imbalance that makes the other guy think, well, I don't know, maybe I can win this thing, or maybe I can play on a few moves. And he created it himself by playing this move, bishop c4, allowing knight e3, and now after knight d5, knight takes c4. Just right now, he could create a pure symmetry, if you will. I know there's going to be 2-to-1 on this side, but at least the piece distribution would be the main issue if he had simply played knight takes c3. By playing rook takes c4, he allowed this imbalance, and we know bishops are superior to knights when they're pawns on 2 sides of the board. The knight can't deal with one side as effectively and then the other side as well. It's always trying to reach in 2 different directions. That's what you're seeing all the way down in this endgame after the move a5. Right here, you see the bishop saying, I can attack here, and when you try to play h6, I can come back really easily. So we saw this line right here, bishop d8, king c5, bishop c7. Also, the bishop's ability to lose a move. That's a huge plus for the bishop. The knight is unable to move away and defend the square. Knights are horrible defenders, as a matter of fact. In principle, a knight is a terrible defender. Why? Because if it's defending something and it's attacked, it can't move away and maintain the defense of that thing anymore. So it's a horrible defender. The bishop, on the other hand, is a great defender. If it's attacked, it just moves away and says, hey, I'm still holding on to the piece I'm defending. And in this case, it's attacking this pawn. It can move back and forth and maintain the pressure. So that's why Zugzwang is so easy against a knight. And now we're seeing it. And the point we're making here is after h6, yeah, I'm over here. I can switch directions really easily, play bishop f4. This bishop is just dancing around that knight, making a fool of it. Unfortunately for Hikaru, he did not estimate this properly. He went into an imbalance that does not favor him. And now he's just going to be kicking himself for allowing this game to turn into a loss. Look at his face. He knows it. Just has to deal with this reality now, desperately looking for opportunities. But he's let his opponent off the hook, and it looks like the match is going to be tied. Guys?
And he did play a move. He played the move h5.
And I don't think this makes a big difference between h6 and h5. I think you just simply play, you just move your bishop back. As Maurice pointed out in a different line, knight b6 is a no-no. Yeah. Bishop e3 check just skewers the knight, so you can't retreat the knight. In fact, the knight is dominated.
But it's funny that all these lines where just bishop takes knight wins when the bishop is the better piece, which just goes to show that that we can make such a simplification and win anyway. How big White's trumps are in this position, which is basically the trump being these this pass pawn protected.
Right.
That's like.
So what am I saying? Hold on. No, bishop f4. Why did I? What am I saying? I'm confused.
Last time you did bishop f4 in order to
force h6. Yeah, I confused
h5,
myself.
But you really just don't mind playing. You just want to play bishop d8 or something here, I suppose.
After bishop d8, how do I win? Oh yes, of course. Is it the same? No, it's. Gosh, what am I? I'm getting myself all confused.
Well,
you can't. Knight. King takes knight. Oh, that's the point.
Yeah,
oh,
so you can just waste a move and then play for the same line that we looked at earlier.
H5 has been played, and we're like King C2.
Oh, so that's interesting. Huh.
King C2.
So instead of.
Okay, so we have H5. I'm trying to recreate the exact position we have right now. I was trying to lose a tempo. It appears to me that what Levon wants is a triangulation. He has just played
Right.
the move king back. But doesn't this allow maybe e3? Not sure. Is it? Hold on.
E3.
Why did we have to play why did we have to play e3? Why don't we just move our bishop again? What was wrong with moving our bishop?
Well, we were just discussing that, and then Levon played king c2. So, like as you were mentioning, Black doesn't have really a lot of moves, so maybe he's just thinking that he can triangulate the king to c2 to b3 to c3, and then what Black has to move anyway.
Right.
So he just maybe thinks that's easier. Maybe there's some line here that he's not totally sure about. I wonder what it'd be. Maybe the knight can come to e5 now.
Knight can come to e5.
Whereas before, the bishop on c7 was protecting that square.
I
so
see.
maybe that's what's annoying him, and so he wants to instead just keep the bishop on c7, and
to keep the knight under wraps.
And the triangulation idea is pretty instructive. So basically, instead of just taking one move to go to b3 to c3, he's gonna go king c2, king b3, king c3. And then it will be Black's turn.
Okay,
Right?
fair enough. I think
You're
I'm
worried
having
about e3. Okay, so let's take a look.
Well, I don't know if I'm worried about e3. I just don't see any other move, frankly.
Gotcha.
Knight takes e3.
Don't play king c3.
Don't play king c3. Go here, and then do this. And so, thanks to this this is what we mean by a triangulation, right? The king c2, d3, c3. I've moved around, same position, achieved the same position. Maurice, please share some thought there.
Nothing to say. Beautiful. Well done. Great move by Aronian, showing exactly the weakness of that knight. Triangulation is a very common theme, and in this situation, White's got a situation where he can simply dance around and say to Black, it's your turn. You don't want to move, do you? Any move you make is going to make things worse. And this move, king to c2, he could also play king b3, doing the same thing. He wants to get back to this position. Black's pieces are tied down. So after king to c2, it's not like your king can leave. The problem there, of course, is b6. So it means your king is stuck on two squares. Your king must go here and here. That's it. Nothing else to do. Your knight is frozen on the c4 square. So if we just wait around and lose a move, you're going to lose the game. Just a very instructive endgame. This move, bishop to d8, followed by c7. Again, triangulating. Well, just simply losing a move. Triangulation. The point of triangulation in general is to lose a move. And once you lose the move, it's your turn. We get a sort of zugzwang. We get what I think about it in Aikido, a martial art, that is a super grandmaster, in fact, at the end game. He loves interesting studies. He studies end games very carefully. And this one, actually, you don't have to study too carefully. You just have to know the basic principle of triangulation that we pretty much learned in grade school when we were studying chess books. And I think Hikaru was looking at this now saying, yeah, I'm pretty dead. And this face is saying the whole thing. Levon is now strolled out the room even. I mean, that's how relaxed he is, while Hikaru is desperately looking for a move, but his pawns are terrible and his pieces are just too fixed. There's nothing to do.
That's interesting. You know, there's a famous study that Levon said was one of his favorites, where the king kind of triangulates. You know, the one with the key where king d7 goes to, like, c8. Do you know that? Like, king
goes to the other side of the board, you mean, and it comes all the way back around to the same square. I think I know the one you're talking about, Jen.
Yeah, so he's got this. But, you know, if you know this Carlsen...
What chess schools did you guys go to? I mean, my God.
Chess school. That's
We'll have to bring up that problem for you eventually. But, you know, another thing that is kind of completely different, but remember in the Sinquefield Cup, that amazing endgame that Aronian and Carlsen played? And that was like the Vancouver defense that, you know, Aronian saw so far in advance. And what really was really so awesome about that, and you can actually check all of this on the St. Louis YouTube channel, is when Magnus came down to do the interview with Maurice Ashley after the game, he was so angry that he missed this, even though it was like
really deep.
Right.
And it was really cool and it was really deep, but Magnus was like, I'm such a potzer, I missed this obvious defense. And you could see how good he was, obviously, that he was like so angry at himself for missing something that was really quite beautiful and extremely instructive. Now, unfortunately, we can't put this in the same level.
No. No,
I mean,
not at all.
I mean, Levon, like, obviously it's really cool that he played King C2, but you know, Nakamura's error with A5 seems a lot more uncharacteristic of this type of level of play.
Right. Well, one of the interesting things about the Incr defense is what had happened is previous to Incr was a Czech problem composer. I think in the 1930s. I have to double check his birth and death. But the point was before he composed that study of the draw, previous to that, all the hundreds of years and the thousands of years that they were playing chess, they thought that position was a win. And it was, Ventura rewrote Endgame theory by showing that draw, the draw that Magnus allowed.
Right, right. Although it was like not like the most classic interpretation of it. It was like a little, because Levon had a couple extra pawns. I mean, Magnus had a couple extra pawns as well.
Right.
But they were just muted.
Yeah, it was very, very nice. Now, again, we're looking at the times, 53 minutes for Levon. So he hasn't even begun to use the 30 minutes he got on the second time control. And Hikaru was staring grimly, you know, calculating, you know, trying to look into the position to save himself, but it's just not there. It just doesn't exist, and now he's down to 6 minutes.
Wow, yeah, he might just get himself down so low on time and just kind of in disbelief that he allowed all of this.
Exactly.
Poor Hikaru. Just after such a dazzling start to this match, 1-0, you couldn't have expected more. You know, also, you know, creeping up towards Levon in the world rankings.
And that's so
making
important.
Making up a 10-point difference. So they were 20 points before the game, and now they're only 10 points. Now he's going to be back to square one.
Exactly, and that's so important in the elite rankings because there are certain tournaments that, well, for example, like the Sinquefield Cup, that really want the top 5 and the top 10. Players by rating, and so getting above number 5 to number 4 and 3 and what have you is so key. And Levon's fighting to get back to number 2. So,
shall we take a peek in at Sam Sevian? Sure. I wonder how that's going.
Well,
maybe we can take a look at that soon.
I have his game up on my board.
Yeah, let's take a quick look.
So, if you don't mind, I'll just go to the starting position. It was what we would call a Benko Sicilian. This, okay, we have an open Sicilian. This early Queen B6 move. This was really popularized by Paul Benko back in the, I'm going to say, 60s.
Speaking of beautiful chess problems.
Oh my gosh, Pal is a wonder. So usually, funnily enough, I think that his opponent is cagily tricked Sam. I know this bishop e3 move is the most natural move on the position, but this bishop e3 move is actually a kind of a little trappy idea of the Benko Sicilian. You don't actually, the bishop on e3 doesn't actually do much good. The normal continuation in this position is for white to play castles, let's say bishop e7, king h1, let's say d6, f4, and not spend that tempo with bishop e3 because it turns out the queen isn't ideal on the b6 square. You want to be able to play b5. So the move bishop e3 isn't, it's attractive, but maybe not best. f4, and we have this position, and I'm just going to call this a kind of standard Scheveningen Sicilian. That word, by the way, is so hard to pronounce in Dutch.
Scheveningen, I thought.
Scheveningen? Oh, boy. And, okay, so queen f3, let's just say bishop b7, not the only move. And the whole point of the Benko Sicilian is to drive white's knight away from this active outpost to a little bit more passive one on b3. very balanced position. I'm going to say that his opponent, that is to say Sam's opponent, has done well and got a very balanced position. Sicilian defense players will be accepting of Black's position.
But of course, anything can happen, and this is the type of position that Sam excels in. So
yes, and we do have some moves in the game, and we've seen knight. Oops. Let's see what we've seen. King c2 was played. King d5 was played. King b3 was played. Knight d2 check. Okay. How does that make much of a difference? King c3. And in case of knight c4, we've got that Levon has successfully triangulated to get in the move b6. So after knight d2, what's his idea, Jen? King c3.
I guess e3 and knight e4 check. I mean, I don't see that really changing too much, but
e3. Okay, fair enough. Everything else is pretty much miserable, right? Yeah. And we have seen after knight d2, and you're right. You guessed him. You're channeling.
Oh, and king c3, e3 has happened.
Exactly. King c3, e3. Nothing else. And I know Hikaru is down on time. What's his clock like at this moment? I think he dropped...
4 minutes, I think. 4.5, it looks like.
Yeah, he dropped underneath 6. I didn't see him drop underneath
Whereas
5.
Levon still has almost an hour.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, we're not going to... Well, yeah, no, we're not going to allow this pawn to survive. So we'll take the pawn happily. Thank you very much for the donation.
That was a forced donation.
It was a forced donation. Knight e4. Check.
And so now maybe the idea is that you get to c5 if we go to b3 or d3. King d3 would allow knight c5 check, so let's get out of the way.
Yeah, king b2 looks like the right channel. And again, we're greedy. We want to grab this pawn on a5 and then start motoring up the board with our a pawn. So, what? I mean,
well, he had to do something.
Of course.
And at least he's causing Levon to think. It's not just push the pawn up.
Yeah, and there's one little trick, I think. I don't know if it's any good. The knight could drop back, and if the king goes up to a3 in order to defend the pawn on a4, and we have seen, by the way, pawn takes, and we have seen knight e4 check, so guessing. And then it disappears. Oh, sorry, e3.
So e3 takes knight e4 check, and
is
now
the position on the board.
And now Levon is on move.
Yes.
I almost said Magnus. The World Championship penultimate round is starting in about 12 hours? So.
Yeah, exactly. Does that? No, I don't think that wins. I'm sorry. I was looking at a position where I would dominate the knight, but it's not the domination I want. Here, in case of king, let me just show the idea that I had, a silly idea. The idea was that I would be here dominating the knight, but I forgot that I dropped my a pawn, so that would not work. Okay, so king c3.
So now we expect something like king b2 or king b3, knight c5 check, king a3.
Right, and then I was thinking that black can defend his b7 pawn in this manner, with knight back to b7.
Right, okay, and now we have to figure out how to win this.
Now you got to set up a whole new series of zugzwangs and da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, probably get our king back. Well, but if we bring our king back to b3, you can always come back to c5 check and then do it all over again. So we have to be a little bit more delicate.
Yeah, somehow
perhaps play like bishop b6 and then move our king over.
Okay, so that's a very fair idea. Bishop b6. Let's say black can't do too much, but he can be annoying with the move king e4. And
At the right time, I can sacrifice on a5 and play king b4. I just have to find the right time for that. Then after knight b7, a5.
So you mean if I start getting greedy myself, I've gone too far from the promotion square.
Well, let's take a look and see how that happens. Because, yeah, I mean, like Maurice said earlier, knight's not a very good defender. Can it hold back these 2 pawns in time?
No way. No way. That's just easy, easy, easy.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Easy
black
peasy.
pawn.
Sorry, knight b7.
Well, the question is, at what
Bishop
point,
b6.
how far does your king have to be? So, okay, so if you get to the c4, it's certainly close enough to defend.
Right, and I'm trying to block your king. You know, like you
maybe
imagine
I
2
should've-
offensive tackles.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have played. But my issue was that I didn't want to play king b3 because knight c5 just came back, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, but now I can just try to waste a move with my bishop.
Okay. So let's see how you would do that. Something like this.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
But
have.
the thing
have
is,
to-
now you can go back. Okay, well, or c3.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to do here with black. I'm trying to keep white's king closed off, and we do have some moves by
We've had
the
a couple
players.
moves. Yeah, let's take a look and
So,
see what happened.
Levon did play king b2, by the way, as we expected. Knight c5, and now here, actually, Levon might consider the simplest solution of all, which is just to take the darn pawn on a5.
And he's done it. So bishop takes a5. That pawn that we thought was doomed at the point that Nakamura played a5 is now off the board.
Right.
But at least he gets the a4 pawn.
For it.
Although, obviously, in this
Takes.
situation, he's down a pawn.
Right.
Because
Knight
the
here.
e-pawn has been sacrificed in order to activate his knight.
So he has played knight c5.
Well, good job, Hikaru, to find this only practical chance.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Everything else was just hopeless. as
So
they go.
when he was sitting there shaking his head for 30 minutes, he was also thinking about the best way to try to save this.
Well-
Fight.
Well, remember, that's what chess is. You try to present as many problems to your opponent as possible, even in extremely desperate situation. Now, the thing that I see from White's point of view is White's nice and very happy he has a passed pawn, so he's going to try to nurse that passed pawn home. Let's play some move, I don't know, let's say like bishop down. And the idea is that we want to play king here and push that guy and bring our king around. Let's see. What can, well, maybe king comes here. This might actually be, we have to give Hikaru high marks. Yeah, high marks.
Even in these types of situations, once the king starts transferring to the other side, is that going to be winning? There's always a question about the pawn endgame.
Right. So let's see.
Like, for instance, even king b2, knight a4, check, winning the pawn, but once all the pieces come off the board, if the white king gets to e5, it's kaput.
Right.
So it's all about that.
So hold on.
And that's why the outside passed pawn is so important.
Absolutely. So hold on. I'm going to take my move back for a moment, Jen. I'm going to play bishop to b4 to force the knight to make a decision right away. Now, Hikaru can centralize his knight, but this is where I wanted to try to bring my king up the board in order to escort the pawn to coronation.
Right, and knight takes g3 would be way too slow.
Exactly. Knight takes g3, king a5, and once I go b6 followed by king a6, we can shake hands. And I must say,
And it looks like
Levon
plays your mood.
Levon is playing all of this very, very confidently. I think he's been thinking on Hikaru's time, and he's calculated the very same variations that Hikaru has done, and he's come to the conclusion that he's winning.
Maurice, what do you think? Has Levon executed this technically?
Well, kudos to Hikaru for coming up with this idea of E3 and knight to E4, really his only chance, trying to rip off this A-pawn for his A-pawn, but it looks as though it's not going to be enough. It's again one of those cases where the bishop is just too good. It's able to switch sides very easily, and you're facing a pawn that the only thing you can really do is maybe blockade it, but we know that bishops dominate knights very easily. Bishops are able to sit back and control the squares as long as you're at the right distance. So, for example, if in this position the move we have here, the move knight to B7 were played, you see how the bishop's relationship to the knight is very uncomfortable. That knight can't go back to any forward square. So simply a move like king to A4. And as far as Levon is concerned, it's, I've got this passed pawn. What are you going to do about it? I've got a strong bishop. My king is always threatening to come in. Where could you move your king to? It's not easy to just find moves in a position like this one. And don't leave, because then I'm going to play the move B6 and you're going to be in trouble. Maybe he could try here a move like king to C4. But guess what? He ends up in Zugzwang himself. Where to put his king? His knight doesn't want to leave because this king is marching down the board. Maybe knight to D8, for example, but then suddenly this bishop leaves and the knight has to come back to try to keep the king out. And look at this. The bishop dominating the knight yet again. The knight has absolutely nowhere to go now, and this king has to move, and then we're just going to march in and win that knight on B7. B7, by the way, happens to be a terrible square for a knight, one of the worst squares on the board you can find, and it's just because of these simple triangulation and domination concepts that you see here. So nothing for Levon to do. Just keep playing simple moves, basic moves, and sooner or later, a B-pawn is a pawn after all. Guys?
A pawn is a pawn, upon my word. Yeah, that's a simple idea, and I like the idea of escorting the pawn with the white king. The strange part about this game was when that knight was on D5 by black, White was having a real hard time getting his king active.
Right, because you were stopping before. And
everything. And now we see the white king crawling up the A file in order to support the passed B pawn. And again, I'm seeing Hikaru's time ticking down. That's it, right? From now on, he's only going to be playing on increments. Yeah. There's not another time control where he gets a bonus of any type. So 3 minutes, and unfortunately for him, nothing to be done. White's play is as simple as Maurice showed it to be. You're coming up with the king, you're dominating the knight, you're supporting the passed pawn, and you can't stop White from making progress.
Yeah, look at that. He's shaking his head again, even though he hasn't really made any mistakes since the fatal one. That's the problem with chess at this level, right? They don't need to make too many mistakes for it to be kaput.
Yeah. It was like Nigel Short said, chess isn't as bad as dying, it's worse. Losing in chess isn't as bad as dying, it's worse. Maurice,
so what is winning?
thoughts?
What does that make winning?
Yeah, what does it make?
Winning is oh so sweet. Well, guys, he has played knight to b7. We talked about that really horrible square for the knight. That's going to go down in flames. But let us just take one look at another try, knight to e4, looking to grab this g-pawn, which could be for free. And if this bishop goes back to e1, then the knight is dominating the bishop. But all White has to do is ignore that. Say, you want it? Go ahead, take it. We don't need it anymore because we're just going to march this pony down the board, and king to a5, and right now it's just busted for black. If he tries to bring the knight back into the act, then it may be a move simple like bishop to e7. We like the way it dominates the knight, does the bishop, and there's really not much to do here, knight down. You could just play b6, and if he ever tries to take your pawn away just to get this off the board and then come for counterplay on the other side, well, that's one of the great things about a bishop. It just switches sides so easily, and it's a beautiful defender. This game would just be busted as this white king would come across the board.
And it's over. Our St. Louis showdown is now tied 4-4 with Hikaru Nakamura losing this game unexpectedly. We thought, hey, good chances will be drawn after 30 moves. And wow, we were very wrong. It totally turned around.
And Levon Aronian has evened the score.
Well, a 1-1 or a 4-4 result is not unexpected from the positions they had. 2 decisive games is the shocker. I mean, wow. And Hikaru is disconsolate. You can just see that he spoiled, well, a nice position. I have no other way of putting it. He spoiled it, just not at that move A5.
There has
Wow.
to be some way, but I mean, with the king, I can't actually put you in 6-1 because of the knight. It's crazy, but there is no 6-1. What's the problem then? No, wait, but this one is... No, knight b1, king c2, knight a3, king b3? Yeah, that's c4. g6? Or b6? That's a draw, knight d6. The king is misplaced. I cannot win that because you have to contemplate with g5 f4 everywhere. No, wait. No, but somehow I thought you had a tempo here, wait. Knight c4, b6, knight d6, takes. King c4, king c6. Right, king d4 doesn't... Yeah, you lose by the 1 tempo with king d4. No, I'm really confused though. Somehow I thought this... Yeah, because I can't play b7. I mean, king c7. King c4. No, I saw this. I go king c7 and the right moment I go g5. Yeah. No, this one I saw. That can be very dangerous for me. Yeah. No, this one I saw. Wait. Yeah, there's a huge difference between king on b3 and c3, which is, at first you don't notice that. I mean, yeah, right. I also didn't notice. I also thought that maybe one check is very good. I'll probably have to try with the bishop, but that was not so easy. I gotta play bishop d8, bishop a7. No, then I go knight d6, d7. And I think this is a draw. King d6, king e6. No, wait. I know, you get king c4. No, of course. Yeah. But that's a bit complicated, because you have all these knight c5 things. We might receive the same position in the end, but with your pawn. Yeah, I mean, this is probably also losing. That's, I mean, that was the only chance, because I saw e3, but I saw bishop b4. Yeah, even bishop b6 wins. I mean, yeah, no, of course. I mean, everything wins at this point. The knight b1? Yeah, that's pretty tricky move. No, I saw knight b1, but I thought it was x1. King d3, d2. Maybe it's still a draw on me. Yeah, somehow I just forgot you had rook c1 basically when I went knight d5. I just completely forgot about rook c2, rook c1. There you have to be careful, but that's also it should be a draw. No, I should probably go knight b4 early instead of d5, d4. Maybe knight b4, a3, knight d3 like this one. No, but also I just forgot that in the endgame you have f3 basically. I thought I would just go h6, g5, f4, and I forgot about f3. I mean, maybe it's... Yeah, probably knight on d3, it's unpleasant for you. Because strangely enough, you're losing the pawn endgame, yeah? After b4. Otherwise, with d5, you're drawing. Of course, yeah. I realized that that's your setup. Yeah. No, but if I go king c6, you go f3 right away. Yeah. Yeah. I'm winning your time. Knight c6, cf takes h5, that's probably losing. Yeah. No, I mean, I'll give this pawn, but with the pawn on h5, I'll just, my king will penetrate. No, but I'm wondering if I don't go g6, if I have some way of getting the setup I want. So I went G6 and you went B4.
Yeah, at that point I felt it's very dangerous. But if you're...
No, but here maybe I can go King C6.
F3?
Okay, pawn D2.
Yeah, King B5, I'm taking King B3, yeah?
Wait, where's the pawn? It's on B4.
On D4. That's the subtlety, very important.
Yeah, of course.
I think they're ready for you downstairs. Thank you very much. See you both tomorrow.
All right, well, some insight there into the minds of these two elite grandmasters and what Nakamura potentially missed during the game, but you'll hear from them in just a few minutes down here with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, who will be interviewing both players.
Absolutely.
So it seemed that Nakamura underestimated Rook C1. Bishop D2 and Rook C1. Bishop D2, Rook C1. That that was why he went for that line.
That imbalance that Maurice was talking about with Rook C4 and so on. He didn't, in other words, to be clear, he didn't realize the rooks were going to be forced off the board. Was that what was happening there?
And just while we're waiting for them, we got to say that on Tuesday, we are going to have an exciting blitz portion of this match. So we've got 4 classical games, 2 in the bag, 2 decisive games. And round 5 is all blitz, 16 games of blitz chess, 1 point available per game. And the new games start approximately every 15 minutes. That's going to be on November 25th, so you're definitely not going to want to miss that. And we do have our #1 player in the country, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. He's getting set up with Maurice Ashley to talk about what went wrong in this game that looked like it was headed towards a draw.
In which he was perhaps pressing.
Yes, at some point in the game. And here they are, Maurice and Nakamura.
Thanks, Jen. I am with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, one of the elite players in the world, #1 in the United States. Hikaru, this was definitely a tough game for you. It looked like you were just okay, and then things went wrong. Can you tell us what happened?
Well, okay. I mean, I was completely fine. Basically, I just completely forgot about this idea of Bishop D2 and Rook C1. I mean, move 25. I mean, because the problem is at this point, I already thought it was just a simple draw. I mean, and it's just, I mean, basically, you know, if I had maybe used a little bit more time instead of just basically thinking it was a draw, I would have just gone Bishop takes A2, and I mean, it would have been a draw very easily. But I mean, it's probably still a draw, but it's quite unpleasant. You know, once I trade the rooks, even at this point, on move 26, I should go Rook D4, and you know, I mean, white's better, but it's not. I mean, nothing special. I mean, I think it should be, again, I think it should be pretty drawish, and shouldn't be any real issues. I mean, but for some reason I traded the rooks, and I mean, basically I just thought that I thought once I got the pawn to E4, I was just drawing quite easily. So I mean, basically I just got careless. That's really the way to sum it up, because I mean.
Do you feel that because you had equalized very nicely at the opening and Bishop obviously color position, you just relaxed?
Yeah, well, I mean, I relaxed and I thought it was just a simple draw. Again, I completely forgot about this Rook C1 idea. I mean, once I realized, I mean, I probably should have gone Rook D4, but I just assumed the endgame was drawn, and I mean, I think it is, but it's a bit dangerous. And I think, unfortunately, I kind of also made the wrong assumption, because there was recently, I think Carlson and Nand, I actually was doing some commentary with Ben, of all people, Ben Feingold, and there was an endgame. It was knights, but it was something similar where white gets an outside pawn, and I think for whatever reason I let this influence me, and I just, again, I assumed that it should be a draw, and I think it is, but I don't think it's trivial at any rate.
You seem to be discussing some ideas upstairs with Levon about maybe some possibility of a knight B1 idea. I think we overheard.
I mean, at the end, but I mean, I think really where it went wrong, I mean, I think it's probably still drawish, you know, even here. But I think I put the knight on the wrong square. I think there's probably some better way of setting this up here with, okay, so King D2, F5.
You mean when the knight got to...
Yeah, somewhere right around here. I mean, okay, maybe I shouldn't have gone F5. I mean, I'm wondering, but even here, I mean, maybe it's okay. Bishop E3, A6, King C3.
Now, we were shocked, if I may, we were shocked when he played the move B5 and you didn't take on B5. Was that so bad for you? Why
I just assumed it was losing, actually. I mean, if I take, I mean, I don't know. what, knight d3 or something. But king b3. I don't know. I mean,
the engine is giving 8.
Oh wait, sorry, not king b3. Wait, back up one second. Actually, wait. So here, okay, knight d3. What did I see here?
Because we were surprised.
I think bishop d4. Bishop d4. Yeah.
Just a d4 like this.
Oh, but I have f4. No,
f4 is still possible. It's move 40. It is move 40. So there is that time pressure was starting to play a role in this.
Yeah.
game.
Wait, but king b3. What's the issue?
The engine's giving
h6, king c3. Actually, yeah, this is what I saw. King c3, g5 takes, f3.
And this
wait, but this
wild move.
No, wait a second. I saw this line, so did I just miss? Maybe I just miscalculated the tempos then, because I saw this f4 idea, but yeah, somehow. I mean, maybe it's just a draw. No, I saw this line, but for whatever reason. What was the move? Okay, knight d3.
Right here, the engine seems to be giving it.
And what's wrong with f3?
Close.
Yeah, knight c5. No, I saw something here. I don't. Maybe. What's the move? No, now I'm confused because I mean I thought this was losing. I mean this is what I used all my time on. I was obviously going to take, and then I didn't take.
That was a critical moment.
Was it maybe bishop b6 is what I'm wondering now, like instead of f3, maybe bishop b6 was what I saw.
This is after takes knight d3. This
yeah bishop b6 I think is what I saw, and then I don't know. I mean
So you felt like the bishop and pawn construction was difficult.
Well, the problem is white's going to bring the king just to a6. I mean it's not simple at any rate. I mean I don't know. Maybe it's a draw. I mean but.
This was a lot trickier than you wanted it to be, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I should have just gone. I would say probably 99 out of 100 times I go bishop takes a2, but I just kind of switched off, and I just.
So at this moment, when you played bishop to c4, could you have also just moved the bishop back or f3?
I think. I mean, but here I just go bishop takes a2.
So you should just take here.
Rook a1, bishop b3, and knight d5 next move, and I mean, just forget about it. It's just a very, very easy draw. So yeah, I just went insane for one move, and after that it was just a struggle.
So we saw yesterday he made a crazy move and gave you some great chances, and now today you gave him some great chances. What's going on in this match? Is it the water? Is it the cold?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I don't know. I mean, I think we've both had our moments where we haven't played so well. So I guess, objectively, an even result is pretty normal. It's just I don't think either of us would be happy with the way that the result is 1-1, I think.
So what do you do to bounce back from a difficult loss like this one?
Well, I wouldn't say it's difficult. I mean, I played one really stupid move. I mean, the rest of the game was more or less fine. I mean, sure, I probably could have defended better, and maybe objectively it's a draw, but I mean, I basically played one stupid move, and after that it was difficult. So it's not that big a deal. Just come back and play better tomorrow.
All right, well, we're looking forward to it. So far, decisive results. Clear your mind, and good luck in tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura after a tough loss, but he'll be back. We know that for sure. Guys?
Yeah, definitely calm, seems composed and ready to get right back in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, just as he says, he realized howler.
Well, I guess it just depends on how you define bad, whether the average of the moves or the extremity of the mistakes, right? Because some people might say that it's a good game to just gradually get crushed. Right?
Yeah, I understand.
To only make small incremental errors that you almost can't identify the error. Which I say a lot of people are frustrated when they play a game like that, right? It tends to happen in more closed positions, right?
Well, I always felt, Jen, that I was becoming a good player when my opponents had to play well to beat me. Right? That was when I kind of got the feeling that I could play chess and be a good chess player.
So you know what I mean by a good loss.
A good loss. Unfortunately, this had a small element of sourness to it.
And bringing the match back to an even score, we have Grandmaster Levon Aronian to talk about his victory with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, indeed. A victory for you today, Levon, after a tough loss yesterday. That must feel pretty good. tell us just right away, let's jump into it. This opening you played at lightning speed. Was this right in your preparation for this game?
I didn't really know what Hikaru is going to choose on the move number 1. So I didn't really prepare for this, but I know that there is such idea for white. The only thing that I forgot was how to react against queen b4. And I think queen c1 has to be a normal move, but then bishop d4 has to be the wrong way.
So queen c1, bishop a6,
yeah,
and bishop d4.
I should play rook d1 here, I feel.
Okay.
And after rook a c8, I mean, I'm embarrassed to say, but queen c3, I just forgot about queen a4. I mean,
and this seemed to be just fine for black.
I mean, I was shocked that I can blunder something like this, and then I said, all right, let's just go for a draw. And then when we received the position after rook e1, I felt that Hikaru might be slightly better, but it's just a draw. It's going to end as a draw.
So were you surprised then when this endgame appeared on the board, knight e3, knight d5, and you had this chance to play the move bishop to d2?
Okay, I knew that this is a draw, but at least, I mean, I'm not exactly in risk. You know, somehow with the bishop, you always feel kind of safer. Although the bishop is not great, but a couple of mistakes, and then it might become a dominating piece as it did in the game.
So what do you feel was his crucial mistake, like the one that really put it over the edge?
I mean, if I was black, I wouldn't play e5, e4. I thought that was a bit too much.
Was he losing now? You think he was
I
much
don't
worse?
think he's losing, but now he has to play precisely to draw. I felt some pawn endgames might be drawn, you know, with like king d2 and king to e5 for black, but at least I keep the hope. You know, I'm safe. I'm not going to lose, and so.
So you weren't expecting too much right now. You were just playing and seeing what happens.
Yeah, I was trying to play fast in order to put my opponent in time trouble, because in such positions where you have a huge chance of equally good possibilities, it's not easy sometimes to come up with one, you know. So that's what gradually happened.
And after this, it certainly wasn't lost yet, but then he played this move a5, and this really shocked everyone in the room.
I thought that's the only move.
You think that was the only move? You think
it felt like it during the game. Maybe there is some miraculous draw after take and knight d3, but when you're playing the game, you kind of feel that he has to do this. And I was actually thinking that if he doesn't play e3, maybe it's not so easy for me to win.
You guys were discussing this after the game.
Yes,
I believe it was...
It feels very close.
Right? Was it right here?
Yeah, it feels very close, but I couldn't see it.
You felt that maybe he might have a chance to save this position? Because you did this beautiful triangulation, losing moves, but even now you felt like there was an opportunity for him.
Although the computer says that... king d5, and I'm winning the tempo. Right, king d5, that's easy. I forgot about king d5.
At which moment?
When you play knight b1, yeah, it actually loses nicely. King to c2, knight a3, king b3. Sorry, knight d6. Knight to d6. Then just takes, king c4, king c6, king d4, takes and king d5, and I'm winning the tempo.
I see.
Yeah, that's very important. And yeah, so he actually didn't miss anything at this point.
So you were already winning. So yesterday you didn't play your best chess and ended up losing. Today he slipped up and ended up losing. What's going on in this match?
Well, my loss on the first day is, I mean, some people compare me in that sense with Tal, which is very flattering, because he's famous for a history of losing on the first day of any tournament. So I think I kind of have that thing. I don't feel warm, you know. I don't feel that there is something happening. And then when I'm lost, that's when I realize.
It's happening.
Yeah, yeah. And yes, it happened a lot with me that I lost in the first day, but I made up for it by winning tournament.
All right, so it's 1-1. Scores tied. What's your expectation for tomorrow? What's your
Like Queen A4. Today, I'm happy that I showed the fighting spirit, despite things were not working so well for me.
All right, well, we're happy to see the match tied. You know, as commentators, we love to see a fight. So good luck in tomorrow's game. Get your rest today.
Thanks.
Grandmaster Levon Aronian, after a fortunate win, but hey, he'll take them. And we'll see what happens tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you. It's kind of fighting your way through adversity, even when you're not playing your best chess, to just keep putting the pressure on your opponent, and maybe you'll get rewarded, as was Levon today.
So some instructive chess here so far at the Sinquefield Cup, and we invite you all to join us tomorrow, same time, same place, but also we invite you to watch uschesschamps.com. You can find the GM Norm Invitational and watch Sam Sevian's game, because this one's going to blow up. Even though they both castled kingside in the Sicilian position, Sam is going for it, G4, G5.
As we see on our board, absolutely.
So high chances for a decisive game here, which is exactly what Sam Sevian wants.
Absolutely.
And we might have history to report tomorrow. We'll see.
Knock on wood.
And we got a final thought from Maurice Ashley on day 2 of the St. Louis Showdown.
You know, you've got to love when we come here to St. Louis, because there's always blood in the water, man. It's like sharks descend. People know it's a great opportunity to showcase their style, their game, their aggressive. It's just incredible. And to see these two wins, you got to admit, not the highest quality play from both players, but certainly exciting finishes for us. The score is tied. We've got Sam Sevian, who's going for the Grandmaster title. I mean, history in the making all the time when we're here at this event. So, guys, I'm happy to be here. I'm glad that we're a team and we get to just have a ringside seat to all the excitement. So looking forward to tomorrow, where there'll be a lot more of this for sure here in St. Louis.
Yes, we will see you tomorrow for round 3 of the all-decisive St. Louis Showdown. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm signing off with Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley. See you guys tomorrow.